Okay, folks, looks like we're live. I'm the only one in here right now. Several people are supposed to be joining me. So let's see what happens. Waiting on this crazy thing to load. It's like we just loaded. Seems like everything's going bonkers tonight. And I know it ain't nobody doing it. It's on my end. Lakea, you getting in? Got a couple people supposed to be joining us. We're going to do paranormal stuff tonight, y'all. I'm still trying to get some people the links that they need. Pose to paste. So everybody can get in. Paste. Paste. There we go. Let's see here. Okay, look, hey, just hold on a second. I'm doing it again. I don't understand why all this stuff won't be difficult tonight. All right. I sent it again, okay. See if you got this time. Sorry for all the technical difficulties, y'all. I think tonight, though, is my fault. By the way, Lakea, we need a new Keurig. It mysteriously jumped off the counter. All right. So, boy, people jumped in here quick tonight, didn't they? Well, we're going to try to get this going. If I can get this stupid page to stay where I want it. All right. Did you get the link, Lakea? Well, refresh your page because I done sent it to you twice. I think Fish is going to try to join us too tonight. What's up? Hold on one second, folks. Let me see if Fish got his link. I don't know what's going on. My emails and stuff are being delayed. Hold on one second. Yes, I sent it to him. All right, Lakea's in here finally. I'm not by myself now.
Finally.
Yeah. I don't know why the email is being so slow tonight.
I have no idea, but I was refreshing forever.
Okay. I'm trying to see if D got his.
And you sent one to DW, correct?
Yes, I sent it twice to him. Hold on one second.
Hi, chat. How's everyone doing tonight?
All right, Fish got his email. I'm trying to check to see if D got his email. Woo! This was a kind of spur of the moment thing, y'all. We decided to do. Didn't have nothing else really going on, so we decided why not? We like talking to our family and stuff, so. All right. As the description says, we're going to do paranormal tonight. Okay, can you hear this running in the background?
Barely.
Okay.
Just barely.
Okay. Well, like I said, tonight, folks, we're going to talk about paranormal. We're going to talk about everything from haunted places we've been to haunted places I want to go to, Lakea wants to go to. Once other panel members get in here, they want to go to. So, Lakea, what's one of the most haunted places you've been to?
That I've been to?
Yes.
Well, it's not anywhere anybody knows.
Okay. What's going on, Mr. D?
Know,
hey, Mr. Vault, Lakea.
Hey, D.
How are y'all?
All right. So where is it?
Well, I can't tell that. It's like a privately
one
owned
that you can tell.
I deal with like private people, so I don't really go to like public haunted places. So you're kind of throwing me under the bus here.
No. What about the cemetery we went to? Places like that. You don't have to give the names, but.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's not.
Okay. What's one of the most haunted? What's one of the places you want to go to?
Oh, Winchester Mystery House, hands down.
That's a good one. That's a good one. D, what's one of the haunted places you want to go to?
That I want to go to, or I've been to?
That you want to go to?
That I want to go to Gettysburg. I always regret when I lived in Philadelphia never taking that short road trip to go up to Gettysburg, and that's not just because the haunted battlefield. I'm a big fan of or a student of history, but I've always wanted to go there, and I've heard it was like one of the most haunted places in America, and it's understandable. I mean, I know how many people lost their lives because of that pointless war.
Yes. All right. Now, what's one of the most haunted places you've been to?
I think you know the answer to that one. Brown Springs in southern Oklahoma is far and away the most haunted place I've ever been to.
Okay.
I try to ignore that aspect of it, but I mean, yeah, I've seen some weird stuff outside of the Squatch.
Let's see here. I'm trying to think of the most haunted place I've been to I can talk about. That would probably have to be the old hotel where I in the town I originally grew up in. I can't give you the name, but it was an original it started out as a hospital, with a morgue and everything else. So I'm talking back in the Civil War. It went from a hotel. I mean, it went from a hospital to a hotel to apartment buildings. And like I said, that place had some freaky stuff. Like in the middle of the night, you could be. It had like a like the old homes that had the breezeways built into them, where they were open. Like you walk up the front steps, and you could walk into an open breezeway.
Victorian style type.
Yeah, but it was made into. It was a hospital. The bottom part was was where they stored all the dead bodies, because underground back then they didn't have refrigerating or nothing like that. So underground was their refrigerator. That was the morgue. Well, you could stand in that breezeway, and I'm talking about no noise, no ambient noise, no nothing. And all of a sudden you could start hearing screams and cries of it. It sounded like people dying.
Wow.
Then you could go you could walk around the corner, and there was a stairway that went up and went onto the second part landing, and you could walk into another section, and that was where like the nursery and stuff was, the younger kids. And you could be in there and hear babies crying and stuff like that at night. And I said that was, I'm talking about, it was pretty freaky. I'm talking about, and there was no doubt that what you were hearing, it was that loud, and it would sound like it'd be right there with you. And when I say there's nothing in this room, there's no furniture, there's no nothing. It's just a open room. That's probably the most haunted place that I've been to. One of the places I want to go to, the most haunted, I would have to say would be, Lakea's done took one of my favorites, which is the Winchester Mansion.
Oh wow, yeah, that place is like a giant puzzle, right?
Yeah. What was you trying to say, Lakea?
I was going to say, every once in a while, I don't know why, but you're cutting out from what I'm hearing.
I can hear you pretty good, actually.
Okay. It may be our net connection. Earlier today, they were having problems in our local area with the net. So let's see here. I would actually, one of the places I'd like to go is Universal Studios, to the back lots, because they say that place is really haunted. That's another one.
I think one of mine, which, if I'm not mistaken, the house is no longer there. I haven't kept up with the information or anything, but I hate to say this one's kind of morbid, but where the Sharon Tate murder took place.
Yeah.
9 Inch Nails filmed their second ever album in there. Trent Reznor.
I love some 9 Inch Nails.
Oh yeah, it's my favorite band, Trent Reznor. Anyways, yeah, he then that video. God, I can't remember the name of the song, but he actually shot that video. It has the guitarist from Filter, Marilyn Manson, who looks like a 16-year-old kid in it. But they got their start in 9 Inch Nails. Trent Reznor took them on the road, but he shot that video in that Sharon Tate house. God, now I gotta find it.
I did not know that, and I like 9 Inch Nails. My favorite song by them is Closer. Actually,
that's mine too. I love that song.
Yeah, they got a whole lot more better than that, though. That's the radio song. I'm gonna turn you on to some good stuff.
No, Closer. I ain't talking about the radio version. I'm talking about the unedited version.
Yeah.
I call it the bedroom song, though. That's just my opinion. Even though I know what it's about, I call it the bedroom song.
I like Marilyn Manson's The Dope Show. But now I'm a big fan of old time heavy metal, like Leonard Skinner, Three Doors Down.
How about Little Zeppelin, Little Floyd?
Yeah. Oh, we have Pink Floyd, Kiss, like I said, Led Zeppelin. Now that stuff, like the Eagles, there's a few songs of them that I like. Now, I wasn't that big on the hair bands back in the day, is what I call them.
Yeah. See, I grew up in the era right after the hair bands. Soundgarden, Alice in Chains.
Yep. AC/DC.
Yeah, they're classic though. Black Sabbath.
Yep. Now the one hair band I did like was crap. What is it called? I said it last night, and I can think of every song in my head right now. He's singing. Oh crap.
How did we get on music?
I just started naming stuff.
Well, no, I talked about Nine Inch Nails shooting that video in the Tate murder house, and then we started talking about some.
Look, I've heard some stories. Now, I don't personally. I haven't. I just like third and second and fourth hand stories. The Sharon Tate house is supposed to be haunted as heck, and
didn't they tear the house down though?
They may have sometime recently. I don't know about that one.
I don't know if they have or not either. And y'all, the reason why I'm trying to keep my profanities down, we have a young one listening tonight. I already knew that ahead of time, and so I'm going to do my best. But man, they said I heard one person say that they were a guard because at one time they kind of turned it into a museum for a little while. One of the people that had bought the house, well, they had a guard station there to keep people because they kept having people break in and loot the house and take pictures and vandalize and everything else. Well, he said you could actually hear Sharon Tate being murdered.
Oh man,
what's going on, brother?
ADW.
Like I said, that's. I don't know if that house is still standing or not. I know the ranch where they came from is still up. Where help me out. What's the name of the guy that sent them out to kill Sharon Tate?
Charles Manson.
Yeah, Charles Manson. Mm-hmm. The ranch that they were all staying at, Charles Manson and the family is what they were called. It's still there out in the desert. Parts of it. Now, some of it has been tore down, but parts.
It was almost like a compound, right, Walt?
What it was they had built I forgot which company. I don't think it was Universal, but it was a movie studio. Had actually built this old western town out in the desert to shoot. I don't remember if it was a movie or if it was a TV series, but I know several TV series and a couple of movies shot there, and then they just kind of like abandoned it.
Right.
And that's actually what it was. But I'm talking about when they built these places, they were houses, stores, and everything else. It was a full town built, not half sets or nothing else. These were full sets.
And they just kind of abandoned and go back to when they needed it. That's what they used to do back in the day. They'd recycle those sets and everything. But the name of that song, for anybody who wants to look it up, is Gave Up. That music video is shot in the Tate murder house.
I got a little bit of trivia for y'all. Since we're talking about Marilyn Manson, since we're talking about
Charles Manson.
Charles Manson, he actually wrote a song and sold it.
I know this one.
To a very prominent group. Does anybody know the group in the name of the song?
Can I answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
The Beatles.
Yep.
He tried to sell a song to the Beatles, and supposedly that was the guy he was originally wanting to kill, was their publicist.
Yep.
The publicist heard the song. He said, "Hey, it sounds great. I want to meet with you." But he kind of gave him, the brush off a little bit. And I don't see somebody losing their mind to the point of ritualistic serial murder. But
say he bought the producer bought the rights to the song, but he didn't use cash. What he did was he traded him a motorcycle for the rights to the song. I think it was worth $600 back in. That was big money. But he traded him a motorcycle for the rights to the song, and they actually recorded the song. They just used the lyrics.
Yeah. Yep. His original's on the internet too. If you ever listen to the original, you would not think it's Charles Manson. He sounds like a bubblegum pop star from the 60s.
Yep. I lost EW.
That's what I was just going to tell you. He sent me a text message. He said he'll be back in just a few minutes. He had to take care of something.
Okay. But look, there's a lot of haunted controversy stuff that is related to Charles Manson. But
A lot of people in chat said the Beach Boys. Is it the Beatles or the Beach Boys, or is it two different things?
wait a minute, I think it was the Beach Boys. It wasn't the Beatles. I think it was the Beach Boys, not the Beatles.
Oh, they caught DDoS with 1 foot off the merry-go-round. Whoever pointed that out, thank you.
Yeah, I think he's yeah. But like I said, I know the producer traded him a motorcycle for the rights to that song, because one of the unique facts about that, when they caught Tex, one of the guys that was involved in committing the murders, he was on that motorcycle.
Sherry said Helter Skelter was on the White Album, but I was just gonna say,
He took
this just tells you what type of girl I am. Helter Skelter was my favorite book when I was 12.
But he didn't.
Helter Skelter actually wasn't the song.
Nope, it was a lyric.
He took that and, somehow, I don't know if you've heard Helter Skelter. I play the drums. It's the easiest and funnest song to play. Anyways, that song wasn't written by Charles Manson. He took that and somehow conjured up this scenario to his followers that meant that there was going to be a war in the future between blacks and whites.
Yeah.
And that blacks were going to win. So that he said he's going to jumpstart that war. And that's why he used, the slang at the time written in the blood of the victims, die pigs and all that kind of stuff. They were trying to blame it on. I don't even think it got that far because, he's out of his mind. But that was the initial idea.
I got another cool fact about him. Do y'all know right now, he's still alive. Right now in prison, he passes his time by making these weird cryptic looking animals and like scorpions and spiders and stuff like that from his own human hair.
Mm-hmm.
They keep confiscated. The prison will confiscate them every so often to keep them from getting out, because people are paying like hundreds of thousands of dollars for. Didn't
he just get married or something?
I think something like that, or some crazy crap.
Tried to get married or something. But yes, Helter Skelter was my favorite book when I was 12, because I was fascinated by how somebody could be so crazy and hateful, but yet so mastermindful that they could make other people do their bidding. The manipulation of it all. I was fascinated by that.
Another place that supposedly haunted I'd like to go is it's actually more people know it because of Bigfoot than anything else, but it's what is it? I think it's pronounced Shinobi. Where did they get the body cast from? You know what I'm talking about, D? I was talking to D. I didn't know.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on here. The body cast. I'm not
Hanobi is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, LaFleur County.
Yeah, supposedly the forest in Hanobi is haunted. You can,
I've heard that too.
You hear different whispers. Like I said, I would really like to go, because some of the sounds that you hear out there, that some people are contributing to Bigfoot are supposedly not Bigfoot. They're war cries and stuff from the different Native Americans that died there. Like I said, I'd like to go there, if nothing else, to research Bigfoot and to research the ghost. So that will be a cool one right there too. 2 for 1 special there.
I've always, in this place, I wouldn't say it's necessarily haunted. I'd say it's got more mythical status than anything, but I've always wanted to go see the city of Petra.
Yeah. Another one I think you and somebody else has in common that y'all like is what is the name of the city that was covered with ash from the volcano that froze everyone in time? I can't think of a name tonight to save my freaking life.
I know. I know exactly what you're talking about. As a matter of fact, I was reading on something day before yesterday on it. My goodness.
Did it start with a P?
Pompeii.
Yeah, Pompeii. I would like to go there and look around, because they say that's a cool site. To see how the people were in there whenever they died. They died so suddenly and was covered with ash so rapidly, they were frozen in time.
Yeah, that is a crazy. I mean, it's almost like an atomic blast, like the what is it, Nagasaki,
Mhm.
yeah, or Hiroshima, where you can look at the concrete and it's almost like a picture perfect silhouette of when that blast went off.
Hey, talking about another mountain that is haunted as crap from and I believe it is from the uh, volcano going off, is Mount St. Helens, because you can hear ghost animals and everything else out there. When I mean by ghost animals, it will sound like an elk is right there in front of you, bugling, and there's nothing.
Wow.
That's
a little much, because elks are loud. I mean,
oh, that's what I'm saying. You can tell that it as loud as it is, you should be able to see it because you're in a clearing and there's nothing.
Yeah, that'll be a little much.
What is y'all's take on let's say Stonehenge?
Whew. I really don't have an answer for that, because it could be so many different things. It could be an geological clock. It could have been a site for ritualistic. I just don't really know, because they keep discovering more and more stuff every time you turn around about Stonehenge.
Well, what's interesting about that is, like, it's one of those sites that somehow coincide, like, geometrically on the map with another ancient site. You know, you can draw some sort of a grid off these. I always thought that aspect of it was interesting. I mean,
have any of y'all went to America's Stonehenge, the one that was erected by a mysterious fella that gives this ominous
in Georgia?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I haven't been there. I know what you're talking about, though. The new 10 Commandments.
Yep.
Written in every language on earth.
Yep. It says the world is overpopulated, and if we do not decline our population by so many numbers, that we will perish. And it gives details on how to do this. I've been to there, and it's a freaky dadgum place.
Isn't it the story behind it that it was one guy's vision, and then he got another man to build it all in secrecy, and was maybe paid never to reveal the source or something like that?
Well, there's like 2 or 3 different versions of that story. It always is one man that walked into a bank, and I'm not going to say the bank's name, and told the banker there he wanted to deposit some money, and told him his plans. And he would never give his name. All he gave was his initials, and the banker set everything up. He would pay out the contractors, quarry people, everybody out of that. And then the stories kind of branch off from there. There's like 4 different ones, but they all kind of coincide with each other. But I don't know which one is more truth than not. But yes, it was one man that had this done. Now, it was said that he had it, that this secret society, going back to last night's stream, had him do this. And it was supposedly one rich billionaire eccentric person that had it done. And another one was, he was told to have it done in his dreams. Then he was also told where to go find the cash at. He was also given specific instructions where the quarry rock had to come from, what was supposed to be said on it. Like I said, I don't know enough about it, and I don't think nobody else does, to say which one of those stories that you go by the most. But it's freaky.
Well, my thing is, though,
you're right about that. Like, that's what I've learned about it.
In reality, it seems like it can have, a good bit of truth to it, because humans are honestly wrecking the earth.
Well, I tell you what, though, now they've done this by Google Maps and other forms. Everything at that place lies out just like it does in Stonehenge. I'm talking about the openings, everything else. You can draw a line from this place to Stonehenge, and everything is exactly the way I'm talking about. It's like shooting an arrow from one place to another place, and it landed in right where it's supposed. It's just weird. They got it so close down that the what they call the portholes, that the sun will come through and the moon will come through, like on the summer solstice and the winter solstice. All that stuff lines up.
Didn't they recently, and I say recently, I haven't really checked in a while or kept up with anything, but recently didn't they find like another outside ring of Stonehenge or something like that?
Yep. They found post holes, if I ain't mistaken. That's a ring around the far outside of Stonehenge, which, you know, that's like the third time they found an outer ring. It's like a bullseye. You got the center, and then it keeps going out and out. I'm just wondering, you know, think of the time and labor it took to make that. That's like Glastonbury Castle. I think I'm pronouncing it right.
Glastonbury Tor.
Yeah, there. Thank you, Lakeia. That's like that right there. That place was actually from the ground it was built on to the actual castle. They had to haul dirt in to make that hill, because there's not a hill nowhere around there. It wasn't a hill there. They tested and found out all that dirt, everything around there came from somewhere else.
Well, I have like I'd say a top 3 bucket list. And mine would be like Glastonbury Tor, Rosslyn Chapel, and then Stonehenge.
You wanting to find the Grail?
The Grail. Indiana Jones?
No, not necessarily. I want to feel the energy. That's really what I want to feel.
All 3 of those places lie on the Rose Line.
Is that what it's called? That Rose Line or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I've got a question. People in chat, if you know this, answer this. Is there a difference between a rose line and then ley lines?
Yes.
See, I thought so, but I don't never dig that far into stuff like that. I'm always too busy.
Well, tell me if I'm wrong. Oh, go ahead. You're going to explain it anyways, and I don't want to look through this again.
A ley line is natural. A rose line, it was man-made. It was made by a certain group of people. But like I said, ley lines are natural. They're naturally occurring. A rose line is laid out by humans.
I thought
like at every certain spot, like for whatever reason, more energy.
Well,
right? Like at these little where all these lines meet.
Kind of, sort of. Usually on the rose line, every so often you'll have a marker, and that marker is actually a latitude. It will coincide to a latitude and a longitude line.
Right. And aren't some of these markers like you see the Stonehenge or some other big ancient monument?
Yeah. That's as far into that as I can go, but yeah.
Right. Well, yeah, I know. I understand. But I mean, I always thought that was really odd, because like to the foot, to the centimeter, the middle of these rose lines or whatever they're called, like that's where all these lines are sectioned to. That's where all they lead to. And then in the middle of these, sometimes monuments, sometimes whatever, is where these lines meet. And they say there's a lot of energy there.
I'll tell you a movie that actually got it right, and it shocked me that how right he did get it. The Da Vinci Code. What he tells in there about the rose line and stuff, that is actually right. But the rose line starts. It has a starting point and it has an ending point. Now, I'm not going to tell you where it starts, and I'm not going to tell you where it ends. But it has a starting and ending point. And it ain't. It's many miles long. I'm talking about lots.
I'm sorry. I don't care if some people have a thing against, Mr. Dan Brown and all of his novels or whatever, but
really,
I personally, yes, there was a whole, especially with the first one, the Da Vinci Code, there was a lot of
great researcher. He's a great writer, I think. I mean, he puts a lot into it. He's not.
I love exactly. I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan of Mr. Dan Brown, but I remember there was a lot of controversy over the Da Vinci Code when it started off.
Yep. The Vatican, actually, it's outlawed in the Vatican.
Wonder why.
The Vatican, I'm talking about, tried to have it shut down. They tried to have not only it not published, but it destroyed. And like I said, you will not find a copy of it. And, most people don't understand. The Vatican is a country all in its own. It's inside of a country, but once you cross a certain barrier, the Pope is the president. Whatever he says goes. In that certain, I cannot remember what it's called, but in that certain area, that certain own little country, there you will not find any of his books, any of his movies, any of his writings. They're all banned.
What I thought was cool about, I don't remember, I think it was the first one where they actually went into that underground, basically underground city where all these books are. And I mean, that's the honest to God truth, because they have 10 miles worth of books that most of them haven't even been seen by modern man. And you have to be a collegiate or a professor, and you have to have 2 letters of reference from established professors before you can even go down there. And if you have the chance to go down there, you have to know exactly what you're looking for. You can't go like you're going to the bookstore and, you know, go and browse. You have to know what book you want to read. And as you're pulling stuff from it, you have to bring a notebook and a pencil. And you can't like take pictures of anything. You have to know exactly what you're going for. It's just crazy, the secrecy behind it.
Oh yeah. Well, actually the way it works is you have to get two representatives, like you said. They send those they send your note and your representative letters to a bishop. Then the archdiocese gives it to the Pope, and the Pope decides yes or no that you can look at that book. And they actually don't let you into the area where all the books are stored. You're in like the glass case stuff that he showed in there. It's kind of sort of right, but it's a big glass box. They actually wheel that book to you. You sit there, and there's so many cameras pointing at that room. You can't pick your nose without them telling you which finger and how long it took. Like you said, you can't take. They confiscate phones, pens. You're only allowed a single notebook and a pencil. And then they're going to check. You have to let them see your notes before you leave. And if they find something in there in your notes that they don't like, they seize it.
Hey, Vault.
Yes.
Do you mind if I send Papa a link?
No, I don't care.
And second thing, DW just texted me again. It's going to be a little bit. I'm not going to say what's going on air. I'll let him do that if he wants to tell it.
Okay.
But let me tell you, it is a doozy.
Oh, shit.
Oof.
Okay. Yeah, send Papa one. But like I said, we're supposed to be talking about ghosts and stuff. But we all of a sudden we'll get on a topic, and they're so damn interesting to me that I just
can't splinter off and everything.
Yeah. But
give me 10 minutes, guys, and I'll be right back myself.
Okay.
I'm coming right back.
All right.
Papa, I'm going to send the link to you through a Twitter message, if that's okay.
But like I said, I'm sorry, folks. Like I said, I know this is supposed to be paranormal. We start talking about so many different unique things.
I have actually a great paranormal story from Oklahoma that I'm going to bring back for you.
Okay.
But yeah, 10 minutes.
Go ahead, man.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, okay, what is it about the Winchester Mansion that has that sexual appeal to you?
Well, first of all, I don't want to get lost in it. That's for sure.
You don't want to what?
Get lost.
No. You got to tie your string to a doorknob and hope none of the ghosts have scissors.
Hold on just a minute, boss man.
Go ahead, y'all. And for the folks that don't know, when she says get lost, there have been people, even people that work there, that have gotten lost in the Winchester Mansion, because this mansion, you would have to go look it up and see. It is crazily built. It is huge. There are doors that lead nowhere. There are stairs that lead nowhere. There's doors that open up into from the second floor into nothing.
Boss man, can you also give Papa a wrench as well, please? That way there's 2 of us just in case.
Okay.
Since DW is occupied at the moment.
We expecting trouble?
Oh, no. Because I'm not exactly watching chat right this minute.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay. There was a question that somebody wanted to ask you about. So, the Ravens quote wanted to know, I was just curious if there tends to be sightings of cryptids around haunted or occult areas.
Yes. I had that occurrence a couple of times. Me and Miss Lakea on an outing we first did when we first started up a, I guess you would call it a paranormal group. And we haven't been out on an outing for a while because several of our members of our group kind of went separate ways due to life things. I guess that'd be the easiest way to describe it. But we went to one place. It was a cemetery in the middle of nowhere that we've talked about before. And I found I always go out before anybody goes with me on an expedition, any kind. I don't care what it is. I'm going to go check it out first. I actually found Sasquatch sign all around the outside area, but I didn't find any within, say, 50 yards of the gate that surrounded the wood line. And I'm talking about the wood line some of the trees were growing into the old fence, but about 50 yards from that fence, you could find sign like markers, tree breaks, all that kind of stuff all around it. But you didn't find none right up next to it. You remember that, Lakea?
Mm-hmm. You know, another place that I'm not gonna say love to go see, but one that I'm kind of interested in, just the energy aspect of it. That would be the Lizzie Borden house.
Oh yeah. That's like one of the most more people try to figure out who did what on that than I've ever seen. And there's been so many speculations and hypothesis. What's going on, little brother? On that man, I don't think nobody's ever going to know what happened.
I can understand where people say, you know, oh, she did it and what they claimed her father did and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But then they also tend to forget there was, you know, kind of a side story about a disgruntled ex-worker as well.
I said YouTube. Somebody said YouTube is buffering the crap out of us. Yeah, we're pretty good ways behind.
Okay,
But
majority of chat, if y'all can hear us, let us know, you know, are we messing up really bad or are we sounding okay?
I'm gonna go check. Let me check real quick.
All right, go ahead, man.
Okay, a lot of people said that they're not having any issues. So,
Okay. It may just be your internet. Like I said, we were having problems with our local provider. I called, chewed them out. Wasn't a whole lot they could do, but I still chewed them out, y'all. I think they pretty much got it fixed. But
Everything good.
all right. What's been going on, little brother?
None. I worked earlier today. Got home actually early, so I'm happy.
Okay. Well, we're talking about paranormal. Actually, we're talking about a little everything again, but mostly it's supposed to be like paranormal, ghost, haunted places you've been, haunted places you want to go to.
Okay, I got one. Let me. Hold on. I gotta go check on my little girl real quick. She's sick. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, man. Family first.
oh, I hope she gets to feeling better. I hate when little children are sick.
Yeah.
Because especially the younger they are, they can't tell you exactly what's wrong with them.
Yeah.
You know, you just know they're in pain or they're, you know, sick or they just don't feel good. But, you know, especially the smaller they are, they can't exactly say, hey, it's my tummy or hey, it's my head. But yeah.
Great walk. Make sure you don't have it muted. Because I'm the world's worst at doing that, thinking that something's wrong and look over and it's muted. Try restarting your whatever you're on and then coming back in. We'll be here.
But yeah, I'm just really curious. You know, I like the difference in energies at certain places. You know, whether you feel because sometimes I can feel like anger in a place, or I get overwhelmed with sadness at a place, or I just like to, you know, get the different vibrations off different places. And I think the Lizzie Borden house would be a good one to
go to. And
I firmly
concur with that because, like I said, it's think of all the psychics and everything else that have walked through that place, and they can't even figure out what's going on.
Another one that's said to be haunted, and this is just kind of an oddball, but it's supposedly the house of where Jane and King Henry VIII started their romance together.
I haven't heard of that. I hadn't heard of that one.
It's, what is it? I don't know if I'm going to slander the name of it. Little Coot House, something like that.
Coot House.
I don't. Look, it's been a long time since I've heard about it, and it was in, it's been several years, and I was in school, so
I'm pretty sure
I get a pass on that one.
I'm pretty sure he did call it that at one time.
That's one of them
my
Trump
good
houses we were talking about last night.
Yeah. But anyway, like I said, we do have a young listener in here tonight, so I'm going to move on before I get myself in trouble. But
oh yeah,
y'all are a mess.
Penalty maps
Papa, where's a haunted place you want to go to?
Where I want to go to? I actually would love to go to the prison.
Alcatraz?
Yes, that, and it's another one in New Mexico they had to shut down that I seen on Ghost Adventures.
Man, there's so many of them out there I couldn't tell you. But Alcatraz is a weird, unique place. The only problem is it's so many people coming through there. You couldn't tell somebody's hiding out doing it to you or not, because I've actually went on like 3 tours there, and then got carried. That's Native American land.
Oh, it is now.
Oh yeah. Matter of fact, when they shut Alcatraz down the second time, the first time when it was just a regular prison, then it was shut down. Then the military took it over and used it as a military prison. Then it was shut down from that. Well, the Native Americans decided they came in and they took it back. They occupied it for a good long while. And say as long as a Native American is on that premise, the government cannot do anything. They can't tear down nothing. They can't take nothing. They can't do nothing.
Oh, that's trippy. That's trippy.
Vamp said, "What about Waverly Hills?"
Waverly Hills, yeah.
That's somewhere I'd like to go.
Yeah, it's not one of my top, but it'd be a nice place to go check out. I got my doubts about Waverly Hills.
Oh, you just really broke up. I don't know if it's your end or my end.
I don't know. Waverly Hills has got a few doubts on my end. There's something about the place. I haven't been to Waverly Hills. I've been by Waverly Hills. I just didn't. Usually when you get to a place that's supposed to have as much activity as Waverly Hills, it's got this feeling. It's got this aura to it. Waverly Hills didn't give it to me. It just looked like an old abandoned building. That's what it felt like. But like I said, I didn't get to go in or nothing like that.
It could be one. Couldn't. No, I don't. This is my first time hearing about Waverly Hills.
There's another place that I would like to go, and I want to know if y'all can guess it. It was the inspiration for the novel Rosemary's Baby.
Wow.
Oh.
You're talking about what is the name of the house? Ed and Lorraine made it famous.
Hull House.
Yeah, that's it.
What I'm talking about. It's not a museum, I think, but Hull House.
That place right there is odd as hell. I have not personally been there because I'm not worried about anything bothering me or getting me or anything. But everybody that goes to the house, that messes around with that house, has something very, very bad happen to them.
Oh, see, I ain't messing up.
I don't know what it is. Like I said, the dark stuff and stuff like that doesn't bother me. But like I said, there's something. It's kind of, I call it the King Tut curse. Anybody that
Yeah, it was supposed to be where a young woman gave birth to the devil's child, you know, and they said that all of the surrounding women wanted to come to the house to see the devil's baby.
Wow.
Yep. Well, like I said, it's that place right there. Like I said, that's one of the places. If I had to, I'd go, but I'm not going to do any investigation because everybody that does a true investigation has something bad happen to them in some form.
I was thinking like if I go anywhere, one thing because it's real close to me is the La Laurie house in New Orleans.
I don't think I've
Look,
heard.
I'm always up to go to NOLA.
The La Laurie house, yeah. You know you do know who Delphine La Laurie was, right?
I know Lakia knows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That house where she was torturing people, drinking their blood and
Blood. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I know
I'm
another.
I'm up for that one.
Yeah, I'm up for that one too. I know another one Lakia wants to go to is the what's the other one down in NOLA? Crap. About every deadgum paranormal show on TV's went there.
Of course you would have to pick something else that the name eludes me.
I don't know what it is tonight. I can't think of the name of crap.
We were talking about that a couple weeks ago too, weren't we? I think it was on a live stream.
It's something plantation. Oh crap. It'll come to me, y'all. But it's been on like every deadgum ghost show you can think of. They've even got little kids hiding on little ghost kids hiding on a roof with the black maid lady.
Myrtle.
Yeah, Myrtle Plantation.
Yeah. The Myrtle's plantation, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Vamp and Swamp, for that one.
Yes.
Yeah, that's in La Laurie Mansion is in the French Quarter too.
See, I've already been there.
You know, tell her what you saw in there. We get dark
Well,
in there.
I mean, I've been to the Myrtles once, but when I went, there was so many of us there that like you couldn't, just kind of like chaos.
Hey, Pop, will you stay in the French Quarter with me?
As long as you don't do no crazy shit, then we're fine.
Hold on. With me, you got to determine what crazy is. Because see, what's crazy to you, it may not be crazy to me.
Okay.
Oh, I have a
Normal
problem
crazy.
down there with the quarter.
Normal crazy.
I'm talking about like break out a spirit board and stuff like that.
I can bring mine.
Yeah, like
as long as Lakia overseeing it, I'm fine. Because I know she gonna make sure everybody protected, so I'm good.
See, I can do that too, dude. But she's better at it. But I can do it too.
Yeah,
Lakia's got a wicked ass spirit board. I'm talking about.
I may have to show mine in a video on my channel one day. I have several boards, but my favorite one is the one I actually made myself.
Yeah.
Hold up. Daddy duty. I'll be right back.
What's going on, Mr. D?
How you doing, Mr. Vault? I had a pretty cool story about sorry, my niece is trying to get to town and she doesn't have the DOS the directional genes from the DOS side of the family. I mean, there's two ways to go: off the interstate onto the highway, and somehow she ended up on a farm road. I mean, it's completely baffling to me, brother. I mean, but yeah, I was going to tell you about the ghost story. I kind of touched on it one time. Buster Ned, and he was one of the last, old school medicine men that kept the traditions of the dances and everything. You got to be kidding me. They kept the dances and everything up in Oklahoma. It's my best friend's great uncle. And Billy Washington, the real last medicine man of Oklahoma, he died in the 1920s, was buried on his property. And we went out to that property, and it was haunted. It was extremely scary. We were war drums, saw silhouettes of looked like people dancing around fires.
Yeah, I'd like to go there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go anymore. I've gone. Yeah, it's something else.
I think Dee's trying to say it was a one-time trip.
Now, come on, Dave. If I come up here, you got to take me.
If you come, I'll definitely take you. You know, I'm not afraid of it, but yeah, if you come, I'll take you.
Just get me a piece of paper and make a list of all of the places and just start checking them off one by one.
Well, Dee gave me an idea. I think me and Lakay is going to steal from him and Swamp. They're going to go on this little tour, and I think me and Lakay may do that. It's going to be a while, y'all, but I think we're going to do that. I've got a few other commitments I got to finish, and
you know what we could do? We could do that, and we could pick a couple of people that we converse with regularly, excuse me, from your channel, and do like pit stops.
Yeah. We're going to do this, though, where I ain't got to stay in all these damn motels. I hate freaking motels, hotels, whatever you want to call them, y'all. So I think I'm going to look into buying a motorhome.
Well,
yeah.
If you want a haunted experience where I'm at, I'll take you to Hotel Galvez.
I'll go.
The hotels and everything, I'm telling you, if you really want a good, I think somebody mentioned in the chat, and I think Lakaya said something about it. If you want a genuine, and you know, I don't seek that stuff, it's not my bag. If you want a genuine haunting experience, though, you have to find you a reservation. You have to go to ancient native lands. I mean, it's all. I've had ghost experiences before, like been in haunted houses, but there's something different about when you're out there in nature. I tell
you
what, battles.
I know what we can do. All right, when we do this little excursion, I gotta pick up. Me and Lakay's got to go by pick up Papa. We got to pick up DW. We got to pick up D, and we can see if we can hog tie Swamp. And we're gonna go to
We gotta pick up Vamp too. We can't leave Vamp.
All right, Vamp, come on. We'll throw you in the mix too. We're gonna go to Skinwalker Ranch.
Absolutely. Like I've always wanted to go there. I'm down.
I
read that book and I was completely like taken in by it. I love it.
I've been there.
I'm gonna get D going. I'll go. I won't be the first black person to die in the movie.
No,
well, I don't plan on. Like I said, I don't fear the setting sun or the twilight that it brings, but I don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon.
We're gonna trick DW into going too now. So
yeah, I would love to see that one.
I ain't gonna tell him where we're going. We're just gonna put up. Now I've been there, stayed a couple of days there. We heard and seen a couple of weird things, but I didn't have a lot of the experiences that most people do. Now, when I say you name it, and it's supposedly there, from everything from demons to Dogman, Bigfoot, Skinwalkers, you name it, it's supposed to be there. This is like the who's who of the cryptos. For some reason, is like a magnet for this place. They found ain't no telling how many fucking bodies out there.
The Vault of Nightmares tour presents Skinwalker Ranch.
Yep. I tell you what, it's a 2-year waiting list to get. It's a 2-year wait to get a room at one room at the Skinwalker Ranch.
I asked the chat. I said, press 1 if you would go to Skinwalker Ranch, and press 0 if you would not go.
I see a bunch of zeros.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry again. I'm going to walk out to the road because, yeah, like I said,
hey, you take care of family, man, and we'll be here.
Yeah, I'm going to take care of family. All right.
Hey,
you're gonna have another haunted. You're gonna have another haunted location on your hands that we can visit.
Bring her on. We'll scare the snot out of her once she gets there.
69 right. For real. Swamp put 69.
What is Swamp doing?
Swamp put 69.
Tape face, I see your 420.
See, you told me why he did that is you told him Vamp was going to come. See there, we're going to have to keep an eye on him too. Well, actually, no, I don't want to keep an eye on them too. We're just how X-rated tour we're doing.
No.
No, those.
This is haunted. Yeah, this is haunted places, not haunt my memory forever.
They say, I know where DW and little bro here wants to go. They're going to want to go to the Bunny Ranch.
Oh yeah.
See there, I knew that already.
But no, I'm talking about no. I gotta get my words together. Leave me alone. But Swamp and Vamp. You know the two over sexually people that be in the movies. They somehow end up getting chopped up. Yeah.
We're gonna put the remote cameras on them that way. Well, wait a minute, I ain't gonna work either.
Lenses be.
Can we keep this one PG-13, please?
I'm trying. It's
which PG-13?
It's Papa's
early 2000 or late 2000 after 2010, because you know PG-13 ain't the same as it used to be.
Very true. Very, very true.
Matter of fact, we're gonna go back to Happy Days PG-13.
Oh Lord. But anyway, y'all, if y'all want to know about Skinwalker Ranch, y'all have to Google that. Like I said, and you, whatever you can think of, I guarantee you somebody has had an experience there. Your Skinwalker Ranch is in a valley, and it is huge. I'm talking. It took us all day to walk from one side of this valley all the way to the other side, and for the life of me, I cannot remember why the hell we were walking.
Vol, I swear, the next time I'm going to make you sign like a contract saying, I promise to behave and follow the PG-13 rules of live streaming.
Hell is not a cuss word.
No, but goodness, you promised me last night it wouldn't go sideways. Wrong. You promised me tonight it wouldn't go sideways. Wrong again. I might as well just expect it.
We still got a lot of stream left, so we can make up for it.
I hadn't went sideways. Skinwalker Ranch falls under the paranormal.
Bunny Ranch don't.
Wait a minute. How do y'all know it doesn't? I'm pretty sure I could call out there and ask them if they ever had any ghost experience, and they'll probably say yeah. It may just to get us there, but
I want to go
hunting the Bunny Ranch.
I want to go to the Edgar Allan Poe house.
Yeah, that'd be another good one. But see,
because I'm a big Edgar Allan Poe fan. Yeah. So
see, that would be a 2-day tour because she's going to stop and read everything in there.
I have so many collections of his works. It's not even funny.
Yeah, she's got an original. I got her, y'all, of Edgar Allan Poe.
I would think he was tormented in some way, because some of his writings is just straight up and down spooky, especially if it's read by the right person.
Exactly. Now look, picture an Edgar Allan Poe poem read by Vincent Price. It doesn't get any better than that to me.
Yeah, that would be very scary to me.
Now, I don't know how we do this, but say I want to carry everybody to Dracula's castle too.
Transylvania, it get too cold over there.
I want to go in the Carpathian Mountains up there. I've been once and loved it. Man, they got you come across some of the uniquest people up there. You got to have a translator though, because you don't know sometimes if people are being friendly or not. So, because everybody's got this weird attitude, and don't fucking take the food from everybody that you come across.
See, I'm just gonna bring me a knapsack with collard greens, neck bones, cornbread, stuff like that.
You know what? I'm gonna be honest. I had me some greens earlier today. That was good too.
Especially when you boil them for like 20, like.
I was gonna. Had a little salt meat up in it, a little fat back.
Oh yeah.
Now see, y'all making me hungry.
Go get you some coffee then.
I got coffee.
Okay, we'll drop a neck bone in there. You good to go.
Nah, we ain't messing up my coffee now. Oh, by the way, Lakay, I don't know if you heard me a while ago. You got to get me another Keurig. Mine jumped off the counter earlier.
Are you serious?
How do you break a Keurig? Please.
I did not break it. It broke itself. It jumped off the counter.
I have the strange concoction that Vault shot the Keurig.
Oh my good grief.
No, I did not shoot it. It jumped.
Mm-mm-mm.
How does a Keurig jump? They don't
Uh,
have legs.
mm, well, it did not do what I wanted it to, and it got slapped.
See, I told you,
Oh.
he shot it. He shot it.
I didn't
Of
shoot
course.
it.
Really? Now, if I'll go all the way in there and I look at it and it's riddled with bullet holes.
Swamp said he committed suicide.
Yes, it did. That's only my second one in 2 years, though. I go through one about every year.
I would look one place in Hollywood. I go the hotel. I forgot the name of the haunted hotel in Hollywood. It's been open a long time too.
There's 2 of them.
Well, isn't there a thing that up there near the Hollywood sign is haunted or something?
Yep.
Isn't there like a story about that or something?
Hold on, that's got an odd text.
Yeah, probably it. I think so. Because outside of the killing that was up there,
Lakaya, have you seen Zulu in the chat?
Mm-mm.
I ain't seen him either. I can check the chat though.
Yeah, check it. He just sent me a message and said, "Are you not seeing me in chat?"
No, we're not seeing him in chat. I don't see him.
Zulu, if you can hear us, no, we're not seeing you, and you're not blocked. So,
Vamp, you right. A woman committed suicide on the Hollywood, near where the Hollywood sign is. And if you go up there, I think some people, you'll see the lady.
Yeah, well, you know it's off limits. You're actually not supposed to go up there. It's a fence around it.
Oh yeah, but I wasn't trying to go up there in the mountains anyway.
In my youth, I'm going to put it that way. When I used to perdone in the spirits, the liquid ones, I wound up somehow naked by the H. I don't know how that happened, but
You on LSD too?
no, I don't remember how that happened. I don't even remember being in that part of the state. I know when I started that weekend, we were actually in Santa Bernardino. We wasn't nowhere near Hollywood. I don't know how we got there.
GTO wants to know, Vault, did you notice the wolf creature in the breakdown? I don't think you did. I think that's the one. I think he's talking about the one I pointed out to you.
No, and I hadn't got a chance to really look at all that, y'all. And like I said, everything that's that breakdown video was done by Mr. D. So he did it, sent it to me, and he spent a lot of time on that, y'all. So I put it up. I didn't touch it. I didn't add nothing to it. The way he sent it to me is the way it is. So he would be the one y'all need to ask the questions to about that.
Yeah. Another place I would like to visit, the Aleister Crowley house.
Oh yeah.
Look, I'm sorry. I don't care what anybody says about him. Yes, we know he was, deep into drugs and everything like that. But I am fascinated by him for some reason.
All right, sorry guys, and sincerely apologize about that, but
Oh no, man, family first, man, family first.
well, I mean, when you have to explain north from south, east from west, it's kind of frustrating.
Look, everybody doesn't have that built-in compass.
Yeah, that's what I was just telling her. I can look at a map and go to these little pocket of woods that I've never been to before, and look up in the sky and still find my way. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Drinking gourd.
When you have the benefit of signs that say this way east, this way west. I mean, anyway, sorry.
Did she make it?
Yeah, finally, thank God.
She's in the house.
Right. And then, she told me to go back and talk to my friend so I wouldn't, read her the riot act.
007 asked me, do I want to go to Salem? Hold on just a second. Let me clear my throat. I'm sorry.
Oh, shit.
Okay. I have actually been to Salem. And I am fascinated with the history behind it. Do I think every person that was accused of witchcraft a witch? No. I think there was one of them. And
Tituba?
I think, yes. And I think all the rest of them were normal people that people like to, point fingers at for no reason. Excuse me, y'all. I'm sorry. But I do believe it has become overly commercialized.
Right.
I think.
Hey, hold on.
Go ahead.
I don't mean to. Hey, D, type something in the chat real quick for me.
Absolutely. Just anything?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
In our chat?
Yep. No, in the chat over here on the YouTube side.
Okay.
No, the YouTube side.
Make fun of Swamp. That's what you do. That should be very
Is Swamp in here?
Yeah,
he is.
Oh, there's my little sister.
See, Swamp always likes to pick on D, so I'm fixing to give him. There we go.
Don't do it, D. It's a trap. Yeah, I was gone and just came back. What am I doing? Yeah, what did they set me up for there?
Guess what? Now you can pick on Swamp back because now you're a moderator in here.
Oh, outstanding! Thank you, sir. Now, Swamp, I'm along this down. You keep it on the up and up.
Run, Swamp, run!
I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy.
They gave DDoS the power to kick somebody out of here.
I told Lakea next time we get y'all two on there, since he's always messing with you.
You see what he put? Oh, I have too much fun with you guys.
The police, really. It ain't even police. It's the police. What is a pal? Really?
I told Lakea the next time I got both of y'all in here, since he's always picking you in chat, I was gonna make you moderator. That way you can
That's
mess
great.
with him.
And like all of y'all, and Pop, I'll throw you in there too. And all of y'all are moderators. Honestly, everybody who I usually talk to on here is a moderator on the Bigfoot Dogman Research Project.
Yeah, I got my second key. I got the key.
That's
the keys.
That's okay, Swamp, because when I get my channel going, I'll make you model mine.
No,
Hey, back.
Don't do that. Don't do it.
No, honestly, Lakea is the lady to have, because I'll just happen to glance over and see just a glimpse of like a cuss word or something. I won't even get through the whole sentence, and then comment deleted.
Oh, she nukes people left and right.
But now that I can sit and be comfortable, I'll go in a little bit more detail if you want about that property, because it is like.
All right, hold on 1 second, Lakea. Finish what you were going to say.
I'm sorry, Lakea.
Yeah, about Mr. Crowley. You weren't finished.
Yes, I'm very fascinated with Mr. Alistair himself. I have a lot of material on him, and I like him so much that I actually use the Thoth tarot deck when it's one of my favorite decks to read with. But I don't know. I know he did a lot of way out there things, but if you can dig deep enough and kind of read between the lines, there's a lot of stuff that he said that made sense. But I'm just the type of person, I like trying to figure out, how their mind worked.
Yeah. Yeah, outside of him being on them drugs, if you read through his stuff, you can kind of shift through it.
Aleister Crowley did some pretty, and we talked about this too, Lakea. There's things you can do that are extremely and genuinely good that will give you this energy that but there's also things that are extremely dark and evil that gives you that power. And
exactly.
I won't even go into it because I've read everything there is to know about him. He genuinely did some bad and evil things, and he did get power from it. He gained knowledge. I just don't agree with some of the things he did.
Did you ever come across the part where one of his I'm trying to put this in a PG way, one of his lady friends decided to have relations with the animal?
Yes. I
read that and was like, are you serious?
Oh, that's the PG part of his stuff. I mean, right there. Yeah.
But that piece has stuck with me. And it's almost as if anytime I read anything about him, that is the first thing I think of.
Well, you know about their honeymoon, right? His wife, and they went to the pyramid.
Yeah.
That's nightmare juice right there. I mean, the wife had the vision, and then, he didn't believe her because he's Aleister Crowley, so he's supposed to get the visions. They go to the museum because there was supposedly an ancient god that spoke to her. And as soon as she went past this display, where the statue was. She went straight to this statue of this god, said it by name. She had no prior knowledge to any Egyptian culture or history, mind you. And there are things that you can tap into, I do believe. I mean, I've just seen it firsthand and read about similar experiences from hundreds and thousands of years ago that can offer you perspective beyond that of a normal person. But with that knowledge comes some sort of a sacrifice.
It's just like what I think I heard someone tell me. It's like energy itself. It's neutral. How you get the energy is different. It's kind of like you starting up your car at a red light, and you get out your car, and you expect for the car only to react to you. No, whoever hops into that car can drive off with it. The same way with energy. Whether that's why I believe there's no such thing as good or bad energy. It's just energy.
I'd have to disagree with that.
I have to, because in order for you to have bad energy, you have to have energy. Now, someone's motives or intentions with certain things is different, but the energy itself is not. It's like kind of like pop culture wants you to believe that learning certain things and learning certain knowledge is a harm to you versus not, because it's not the knowledge that's the harm. It's your intentions, your intent.
Knowledge can harm. That's why and I don't even look at it as bad anymore. As I got older, I see why they put all this information out there in the public, but they're not explicitly telling you, because not everybody needs to know. Not everybody can handle certain things. So I used to look at it like, hey, they're hiding the truth. As I've gotten older, as I've matured a little bit, there are things that not everybody needs to know. There's certain information that people wouldn't be able to handle within the confines of their own mind.
Yeah, they can't believe it. It's like, yeah, you're right. I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Because
I'm not saying you're wrong, brother, at all.
No, I understand what you're saying. I'm like, we're a bunch of like-minded individuals.
Yeah, I love talking.
On everything. Don't mean we're gonna agree on everything.
It's like we're building like a house, and you bring the nails, I bring the boards. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm like, it's just that we can't, like, some people just do not want. It's not that they don't care. It's just that it doesn't affect them like it affects us. When it comes to us learning something, we actually go 100% in to learn what we want to learn. Whereas some people just look over it like, okay, so what? And it don't affect me. It ain't gonna, in a sense, it ain't gonna put money in my pocket. It's not gonna help my life.
And I know this is about ghosts, and I could bring it back around in a way where that's what it's going to be about, the paranormal and ghosts. Excuse me. But have you heard of CERN, the Hadron Collider over there in Switzerland?
Yep.
Do you know exactly what it is they're doing when they're colliding?
I do not know.
All right. When they're sending, and it's the biggest machine on planet Earth. I think it's underground, and it's a 10-mile long tunnel in a loop, and they're slamming protons together and creating little explosions.
It actually covers 2 continents.
Wow.
Supposedly.
How do you hide something like that?
Balt's telling tales out of school. Now, see, I was going to say that, but what they'll show you on their website and what you see on the news, it's 10 miles long.
Yeah,
that's why I like Balt. He don't care. He'll just throw it out there.
it actually covers it covers 2 countries. It actually loops through one country, comes back around, and goes through another country, and they collide.
Yeah,
and yeah, you're absolutely right. France and Switzerland, I believe. But they built one in Dallas that they say, wink, wink, is not operational. You're not going to spend billions, almost trillions of dollars to build a giant machine and not turn it on. Sorry. Anyways, what I was getting to is they're recreating the what do I call it, Balt? The conditions of the universe before the supposed Big Bang. What that creates is what they call dark matter. It's completely the opposite of everything in our reality. A tree in the woods, you have to do something for that tree to be burnt.
Yeah.
On the other side of the spectrum, you have to do something to contain the burning tree.
Yeah.
That's the kind of energy that they're, gathering and somehow containing. That is dark matter. There's dark matter, then there's regular matter. That's why I say I don't believe that everything's neutral. because right down to the atoms. I mean, there's good atoms that, you know, build us up, make us stronger. Some people are predestined by their genetic trait to be smarter, faster, stronger. I mean, that's just what it is.
Yeah.
And then there's that other part of it. So I do think that, you know, I think it's neutral as far as I don't think that there's more good of anything than there is bad of anything, and vice versa. I just think that some people can dip into either side and, you know, tap into that energy. And Aleister Crowley, he he didn't just tap into that other side. He
walked in it.
Yeah.
He rolled around.
He tapped the keg and, you know, let it overflow.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being on that side either, though, y'all.
No. I'm not saying there's not at all. I mean, I'm not judging anybody who is. That's just.
It's like almost like an antagonist and protagonist in a movie. Almost when you look at it.
Exactly. You have to have that movie matinee hero with the white hat. But, you know, I used to cheer for the black hats.
Yeah, but just to piggyback off that, but I've studied some stuff that existed before duality. Hard to believe, huh? Before duality,
that's not hard to believe, because I believe if you look at it through the Christian faith, which the Divine Edda, I know Walt knows about that. I think I'm pronouncing it right. Is the closest thing the Vikings have to a Bible. It's called the Divine Edda or Etta or something like that.
The Etta.
The Divine Etta. Thank you. That the revelation, the Ragnarok in that book that took place, it happened at the beginning of Christianity. When you get to the last chapter of that book, it talks about a great tree after, you know, the fall of the men and the gods. And in that valley where this great tree was, there was only two survivors, a man and a woman. The end.
So
open up the next book. Yeah, open up. Yeah, there you go. Open up that next book. You know what I mean? Like Genesis.
Yeah.
There's that man and that woman. I think before duality, what you're talking about, if you want to look at it through a Christian perspective, that Adam and Eve, they didn't eat from the tree of evil. They ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. That knowledge, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And as soon as they tasted the fruit, they had to, you know, hide themselves from the eyes of God because they were ashamed. They felt shame. They didn't feel that before. I just had this conversation, a long conversation about this today. How I think that they had dominion. It even says in the book, they had dominion, power over animals.
Yeah. Why does everybody think today is Zulu's birthday?
I don't know that I've ever met Zulu, actually.
He's in the chat, y'all.
Hey, Zulu. I ain't talked to him in a minute. But I'm not duality in the sense of man and woman, duality in the sense of the way we look at the world today in a good bad thing. Like you have opposites.
That's like, what I meant.
Yeah. You're like opposites attract, and you know that's what I meant. But
that's kind of what I was saying. Like before that, I don't think that there was any good or bad. There just was. Does that make sense? The world was just as it is.
Yes.
They didn't have any reason to look at things as good and bad. There was that dark, there was that light, because that's what is.
Yeah.
When they tasted the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and this is just how my mind, you know, kind of works that out. I think that they got that image, you know, that this is bad, this is good. Who's to say that that's right? I just think it's pretty awesome that the Ragnarok, you know, Thor and the world serpent and all that kind of stuff. After all that was all done, there was that one tree in that one valley and a man and a woman left.
In the words of Eddie Murphy.
And then that's when Christianity came in. If you look at it on a timeline perspective of the first book being written, that's when Genesis was written.
Yeah. Yeah. Because if you honestly,
that's pretty awesome.
If you get a Bible nowadays, it doesn't. The old Bibles, if you got a Bible before, if I'm getting this right, before 1930, you could go to the back of the Bible and you would see the timeline of when the certain books took place. They took it out. Any Bible written out of 1930.
Why would they take that out? Why would they take it out? And you can trace this timeline of the Vikings and their pagan gods that they worship, how it kind of like coincides their ending starting with Christianity. I mean, you know, I just kind of like to look at that broad spectrum. I'm not looking at it through a Christian point of view or a paganist. I'm just looking at what is. I just think it's pretty cool that those timelines coincide so perfectly. But sorry, it's paranormal and stuff. I enjoy talking to smart, you know, abstract thinkers, and I get sidetracked.
Yeah. Hold on a second. Hey, y'all remember in the chat? I know we got a little one listening tonight, so That's the reason why I removed those 2 comments.
Please keep it PG. This Lakea's running the show. Lakea will nuke you very fast. So please.
Well, that wasn't me. That was Vault. I
I
was
know, I'm
actually trying to take something for a headache.
I'm just saying, you quick on the draw. You quick on the draw.
Somebody messaged us and told us that their little boy or their nephew was going to be listening tonight.
Okay.
Yes, and well, I was told ahead of time. I actually have not just that one, which one of them is now watching RC cars on other videos. But however, we do have a couple of other small ones that I knew were going to be listening tonight. So even though it's late, we're trying to keep this one as PG as we can, but it's really hard to do when you have a group of adults and it's very late at night.
I know. And look, I'm even actually behaving myself, y'all. So,
and
no,
we don't know if Chaos's daughters listen too, because you know
I always try. I never, even on the BDRP.
Oh, look,
I never tell anybody what to say, but I try to,
I can make sailors blush.
Right.
And that's a difficult task because they've seen, done, and said it all.
Yeah.
Over 400 times.
But like I said, I knew that's why, like I said, I was trying to keep it a little under than what I normally do. So that's the reason why those got removed. And one got removed because we ain't gonna go there, not tonight.
No, that's those topics you're gonna have to tune into Mr. DW's channel for those.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
DW got that covered.
I think Zulu is going to be on DW's channel tomorrow night.
Yeah, I was supposed to be on there tonight. I don't know if I know he's a busy man and whatnot, but I was looking forward to that.
He was actually supposed to. I think he got called by Darkness Radio or something like that, and then they had problems with some of their equipment. So, and then
I got it. I mean, I didn't hear anything, so I figured it was something. Something got gummed up in the works. No worries. I got to get Pop over to my channel because he knows a lot about a lot, and I think we could go the whole 8 hours.
I'm a jack of all trades. I'm telling you. Y'all be surprised what I do and don't know.
Well, see, I have those parents that trick me into believing that reading is fun. So you know what I mean? It's
I know.
Sorry, Lakea.
No, I was gonna say I know on certain videos you put out, you can have the rating 18 or above, but I'm not sure you can do that on live streams, can you?
I don't know, and I'm not going to do that because that just gets into a whole nother mess of ball of
wax. I think after the fact you can actually, because I was looking at that the other day.
If it happens like that, what I'll do for the sake of the people is just add a disclaimer at the beginning of the video, just so they'll know, because you can't tell nobody what to do and what they can and can't have their kids listen to, but it is a good forewarning to be like, this live stream may contain some explicit language, so if you have kids,
your discretion is advised.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put a disclaimer on mine that says if y'all hear vaults go left, plug your kids' ears.
Well, the only reason why I was asking is because every once in a while, once I get my channel up and rolling, I would like to have some that are more adult. You know what I'm saying? Where adults can come in, chat, let loose, have fun.
More adult themes, more adult.
Yeah.
We plan on being on here a while, so what I'll do is I'll say this: if you're listening, and if you're listening to this after we went off, after the first 2 hours, little kids should not be on it, okay? Because it was probably going to get, the further we go along, the crazier stuff gets, and especially if I get worked up. Usually I sit in between when I get worked up. So after 12 o'clock, yeah. If there's any little kids on here, you need to go watch SpongeBob or something else, because you won't go.
I recommend Scooby-Doo. That way, see, we can get them already into the creepy feel of stuff and the investigation side, and we can have a whole nother generation of content creators on YouTube.
Yeah,
Scooby-Doo.
That's why I take my kids squatching with me. You know what I mean?
Hey, look, but after 12 o'clock, like I said, your kid probably won't sleep for a couple of days if he listens to this, or he's gonna have a lot of questions.
Hold on. Wait a second. I'm like, unless y'all do got Scooby-Doo, Adult Swim is not kid friendly.
No,
it's not kid friendly. So if you're gonna let them watch something, I prefer The Amazing World of Gumball myself.
No,
Well, I got a side note. Does anybody watch, what is it, Steven Universe or something like that?
Honestly, I'll be honest with all y'all right now. We don't have cable, and we're not going to get cable because I'm afraid that I'll go out of the room for 30 seconds and they'll be exposed to that garbage. That's just me. Like, I like to have control over what's going. If I had my choice, I'd homeschool. I've actually talked to the teachers, and they tell me how the kids that come out of this house are so smart and everything because they already know about the subjects that they're covering. I'm like, well, education doesn't stop and start at school. I mean, if they come home talking about World War II, I'm going to teach them about my hero, Winston Churchill. They're going to be, that much further ahead.
Yeah, but I'm like, a lot of people nowadays, they actually recommend homeschool compared to another regular school because, some kids aren't like, for instance, I can tell you, for example, my son, he hasn't been in any formal education place, period. And this is his first year, and he has to get used to it. So,
right.
And a lot of times your kid can get left behind because the teachers have other kids they have to tend to outside of yours. Whereas in your eyes, you're like, this is my son. And so what, you're going to just not teach him because there's too many people here? And that becomes a problem.
And it's not the teacher's fault whatsoever. A lot of them get the blame, and I feel bad for these guys because they have classrooms of 40 people. There's only 8 hours in a school day. Absolutely, it is.
That's crazy.
I mean, they can't give every individual student their just due as far as not every child learns the same and all that. But that's a whole nother conversation. All I'm saying is that's why I take the kids watching because they're the next generation.
My whole thing is they're actually trying to dumb kids down. The stuff that they're teaching them.
Thank you for saying that.
You tell me where they're going to use this Common Core math anywhere in life.
Is this the test for the test to prepare us for the test?
Like I said, you're not ever going to use Common Core math anywhere in life. I used to say when I was in school, I'm never going to use algebra or geometry. Little did I know, yes, I will. But Common Core, I've never, ever had to use it. If 2 + 2 = 4, that's what you need to know. You don't need to know how to break it down and go around the corner and come back. That's what I talk about, complicating a simple thing.
This is a great segue for me. For everybody listening, if you guys love topics like this, I will be starting up a new podcast very soon. It's called Alternative Facts. So be on the lookout for that.
Nice. Yeah, I can't wait for that one. I mean,
all right. I'm going to ask 2 black men, very educated black men that are on my channel right now, their opinion about this. What do y'all think about them teaching Ebonics in school?
Are you what? Do what?
Wow.
What school is this taking place in?
Oh, it's several of them. They're teaching Ebonics in school.
Well, wait a minute. That's a load of. Is it like a college course that's studying?
No, it's in grammar. I think it's like 5th grade and up.
I'll let Papa answer first.
What I think about Ebonics as a class, you can't. I'm like, this is an informal. I'm like, school is formal. Ebonics is an informal way of communication. It's like, I forgot what they call. What's the word for it when you using something else? It's starting with a C. I can't say the word right now. But it's just colloquialisms. That's all it is. Colloquialisms.
Yeah. Do you see any reason in life?
All right, here's my thing. Here's my thing on that. Here's my answer to that. I was raised in the South, and a lot of people don't know, but I went to private schools all the way to the 5th grade. I lived in a mixed neighborhood. My mom owned a business. Leader of the Democratic Party in Carter County. Ebonics, just like Southern slang, just like anything else. I hate that something that ridiculous gets attached to an entire race, but stuff happens. My whole thing is this. Just like they're putting so much emphasis on a lot of negative things from all different races. Not all Mexicans came across the border. I mean, there's people that are, Spanish in California who can trace their family back way past any white man that came here from Europe. I mean, in that region. When you started having classes that put a focus on what I believe to be just complete nonsense, and like Papa said, basically just regional dialect, because black folks in the South talk a little bit different than black folks in the North. I mean, so
Way
who's Ebonics is right? The guy out there in Detroit or the guy down here in Oklahoma City?
But this is
it's a joke to me. What school is doing this? I mean,
but D, this is how you learn the Ebonics. You don't need to teach Ebonics in class, because if you want to know Southern slang or Midwest twang, as they call it, if you want to learn that, what you do is you go to the area and you get engulfed in the culture of the area. That's learning any language. You have to learn the culture of the area in which it's speaking, so that you'll know how to use certain words in certain situations. Because like we say, learn you. If we was to say that in school, they'd be like, what? Learn you.
Yeah, and I try to be professional completely when I'm talking to you guys, and to a certain extent. Look, but if we ever went fishing and we were sitting down drinking some beer, catching catfish, the Southern Okie will come out in me. You know what I mean? Like, they're like, oh, well, D, he knows this, he knows that. He's a pretty educated guy. Y'all haven't been hunting with me yet.
Like moving to Texas. Like when I moved to Texas, the word that kind of threw me left field was howdy. And it was howdy. Because I didn't use howdy. We say, what's up? Hey, how you doing? They say howdy. So I'm like, it was just new. You learn that.
Howdy, how y'all?
There's more important things, in my opinion. There's more important things you can be teaching the kids. Like for one,
absolutely.
One thing I think they should go back to teaching kids is agriculture.
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
The reason why they should teach them agriculture simply because so they won't depend on the grocery store for groceries. They can grow and plant their own food. Even if, say, for instance, if they get lost in the woods somewhere, anywhere, they'll know, okay, well, this is a certain kind of tree. I can eat the bark in order for me to sustain sustenance so that I can get through the day. So I think that's what you should be teaching kids. You should be teaching kids agriculture. Matter of fact, weapons training. Weapons training, because I think in the day and age we're moving in with stuff becoming so violent, it'd be nice.
Well, it's practical knowledge. And Miss Lakeya, I do apologize. I didn't mean to go left. I was just talking. But let's go. Let's
we got in this education.
Paranormal. Yeah.
Hold on. I got something.
Vault Keeper set us up. he's
I actually
gallows on that one.
I actually typed that for Vault because I figured he was watching chat and I knew he was going to say something smart to me about it.
I didn't see it. What did you type?
I'll try to watch that. I felt terrible. It's like it's going to the left. I'm drawing a circle. I'm like, my God.
Well,
no. Vault was going to say something too. I think he's going to piggyback off something we were saying. So we can say
kind of two things. Like when Lakeya first started doing her narrations and stuff on my channel, a lot of people picked on her because of the way she talks. Now, what I got to say to this is all y'all gonna feel funny when y'all get to the big house and they say, all right, y'all come on, load up in the truck now, you here? So
I don't talk like that, but a lot of the people, they do make fun of me for my voice, but I'm the type of person, this is me. This is real me. I'm gonna talk to you the same way I talk to you if we were face to face. I don't sugarcoat anything. I don't try to act like somebody I'm not. I can't help that I have an accent. I'm sorry, but there's nothing I can do about it. This is me. If you can't accept me, click off.
Well, that's like, see, I had to actually DW and Lakeya had to. I can talk to Lakeya in a form that I'm used to talking to her in, and y'all won't understand a thing we're saying. DW had to actually break me from that before I started my channel because I talked in a different kind of slang. Like an Alt 6 WTC6, the only person in chat that's going to know other than Lakeya what I'm talking about is going to be Zulu.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Somebody was saying something about teaching kids weapons training. I'm like, to say that, I'm like, I hate to get off subject again, but weapons training is essential. If your kid is a Boy Scout, they will have some sort of rifle training. Believe it or not.
Well, it's not. I wouldn't say exactly weapons training, but I would
say
to go back to the beginning. Like, you asked that question of how I feel about it being an educated black man and teaching Ebonics in school. Honestly, I would rather it not be taught, but that's why I'm thinking about homeschooling our kids. Because what can we do?
It's not just saying, "Oh, teach them how to clear a house. Teach them how to."
He sent us to the gallows on that one though.
Yeah.
Vault.
Yeah. But like, it's not teaching them how to clear a house, shoot somebody, or do that. It's basically proper. If you see a gun, always assume it's loaded, because sometimes parents work a lot and they can't. Not all the time they can be around and just. It's not like they're sitting down like guns.
But,
they're just
but
thinking
like
about it.
Lakaya set up. She does a good job, like kind of scripting and producing these shows. And I do apologize if I added a little bit too much conjecture, but for me personally, that's a loaded question. But back to the paranormal stuff. I have another one for you from Oklahoma.
Scary stuff.
Scary stuff. That's the stuff that even old Doss that messes with Sasquatch and Dogman don't really too much care for. And Vault probably knows this one. So it's in Arkansas, actually. Fort Smith, Arkansas.
Yeah.
Ever been there, Vault?
Hold on, say it again. Say it again. I missed it. I missed what you said. Go ahead.
Fort Smith, Arkansas.
Fort Smith, Arkansas. Fort Smith.
Fort Smith. I'm sorry.
Oh, Fort Smith. Okay. Yes. I was trying to think.
Have you ever heard of a lawman called Bass Reeves?
Yes.
Worked for the hanging judge, first U.S. black mark. Right. Yes. Supposedly, down here in the town in southern Oklahoma, like all the way to Fort Smith, you can see like the ghosts in certain areas. Of Bass Reeves caught them, and you can see the ghost at the hanging judge over there. I forget his name, that he hung. Somehow their spirits made it back to where they were hiding in these small pockets in Oklahoma. And I've been to one of these places, and I've saw and heard some weird things. And, you know, I never really gave validity to spirits being able to travel or going back, even if they die miles away from, you know, what they know. Like, say somebody dies in a hospital, yet they haunt their home. I never gave too much stock to that until I had that experience.
Well, they go back to where they feel comfortable. And it just because someone dies doesn't mean they're going to haunt somewhere. Usually it's going to be somebody that didn't want to go. They died suddenly. Some ghosts don't even know they're ghost.
Hey, Vald, I got to step away for a minute. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, Fred. But like I said, I didn't mean to get so far off topic earlier, y'all. But
that's fine.
Well, there's something I do want to talk. I did want to touch on before we left that subject that Papa said about the gun training, or the weapons training. I don't think so much of weapons, depends on how old they are, but every child should go through a class that teaches them when they hear that there's an armed suspect on a campus, what to do and what not to do.
Absolutely.
It's emergency. It's just survival training, meaning just in case something does happen, you have these proper skills to know how to react and respond to it. So
that's something I wanted to touch on. Now we'll go back to the other. And I don't know. I have to ask Lakaya here in a little bit. Somebody mentioned something about Salem. There's an interesting fact about Lakaya. She actually can tie some of her relatives to Salem, to the witch trials. Like I said, when I tell y'all she was raised in this, it's been through her whole family. It's not just something she picked up, wanted her to be. No, her whole family is like this. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Go ahead, y'all, and talk about yourself. Just hold on.
All right. And you know, that's one thing.
The D and Papa podcast. What's up, y'all?
There you go. Hey, I mean, like, I finally, I was releasing a video last night. I don't know if you guys were in chat when I jumped off. We had a little snafu with that, but I got it up and going now, and it's maybe something people in chat are interested in. It's looking at Sasquatch being Nephilim. But anyways, I had a little problem with that. I actually just got it fixed, and as we were speaking, I'm uploading it. But after we get done tonight, if you guys want to jump on over and we can finish the conversation a little bit.
Yeah.
I know somebody earlier said something about, I forget the name of it. Excuse me. I forget the name of it, but it's brilliant. It's usually Sunday nights for whatever reason. I'll jump on. I'll be up like Sunday's kind of like my Friday, so I'll stay up a whole lot later. And I'll get done editing videos. I'll go through stuff that I've filmed in my areas. And, you know, I'll just get on there and I'll talk. I've been calling it the BDRPAM. And there's about 40 to 50 people really, you know, active in chat. Russell's one of them. Russell's my guy. they'll get in there and it's like, you know, what you have over here. It's a family, and I can kind of, you know, let my hair down, so to speak, I guess, and just talk to them one-on-one. I'll bring people in. I'll try my best to.
Hold on a second. What's going on, Russell, in the chat?
Yeah, Russell, I tried to give you a call today, man. I saw your email.
I was just typing the same thing.
Yeah, who teasing him?
No. He's talking about me because he's been asking. Me,
Oh, okay. I was trying to figure out.
No, he's been asking me like what's been going on because, you know, I'll jump on there in the middle of the night and I got the same like dedicated crew that, you know, have fun with me. And I've gotten emails from just about every last one of those guys. Jillian, remember her who we had on from England? She called. She actually emailed me to ask if I was all right because she knows I go out every day and I hadn't jumped on in the middle of the night like I had been. But yeah, I know, brother. Tonight I'm gonna jump on there. I'm gonna have some fun with y'all. I'm releasing that video. Genuinely hope you like it. I think you will because I love it. Yeah, Vault knows that's one of my favorite things to do is take evidence, put some cool music on it, kind of add a little bit of my opinion on there. But I'm looking at the Sasquatch versus the Nephilim theory, and I'm not going to give my opinion on that, but just enjoy the video. You'll like it either way, on either side of the fence, because I'm not like I don't have it leaning one way or another. I'm looking at facts.
Okay, well, I didn't know what. I just happened to come back and see that, so I was like, okay, what the hell?
Yeah, I knew exactly. What he was talking about. Because he's emailed me like 3 times. He gave me his number. I did try to call him today because he had a good a story that he was kind of, you know, giving me bits and pieces of, and I was like, man, I got this little window of opportunity. Yeah. And everybody who knows me knows, like, if you email me, especially if you put your number in there, to me that's taking a leap. I'm gonna find an opportunity to at least reach out.
Whoa! Why is somebody asking me when is the baby due? What?
Oh, shoot Paul in the toe, please. Just stub your toe barefoot with a long hanger.
Anyways, like Paul was about to say something before he jumped off.
Well, I was actually in the middle of 2 conversations, but I don't even remember what I was going to say. But I was Barry. The email that you sent me and the one that you sent DDoS, I'm going to let DDoS use what you sent me. Me and him talked it over, and he's going to put it into some kind of story. So, I couldn't find nothing on it. If you can find the name of this thing and where it's supposed to be at, send it to me and send it to D, because I can't find nothing on it.
We've talked about it for the last 3 days, and it sounds outstanding. And honestly, I've recorded a few things as far as narration because I want to kickstart that a little bit.
Let's talk about that just for a little bit, because I think this falls on the paranormal. It's got to fall on the paranormal side.
It falls on a lot of different sides.
Paul, stop it.
Do you mind, Barry, if we talk a little bit about what the email is? We won't go into too much detail because I do kind of want to get the details, and I will like record something for it. I'll promise you that.
Don't. Just save it. Just build that.
Yeah, he said he's gonna ask his father the name of the beast. Yeah, go ahead, Vault. I mean, yeah, he said sure. So,
all right. Well, this is the thing. I want to know if anybody else has ever heard of this. He sent us an email saying that this cryptid is what I'm gonna call it. Supposedly eats its own. It ate its own lips off and its own fingertips. And this thing is big enough supposedly to lift up the roof and check to see inside if there's somebody in it, so he can eat them or behead them. Yeah. So I can't find nothing on it. D has even looked and can't find nothing on it.
And I can tell you all this: if they call him Vault for a reason, that's why we have like hours worth of conversations. I'm pretty up to snuff on information myself. Like
I'm not saying this thing doesn't exist. It's not true. I just can't find. I have never heard of it before, and I can't find nothing on it.
It's not Wendigo, Raven. It's not.
No, it's not a Wendigo.
Wendigo looks like a little schoolgirl compared to whatever this thing is.
Yeah, this thing is big enough to walk over, pick up your roof, look inside, not go in your house, but pick your roof up.
People wake up with no memories, yet everybody else besides them is headless.
Yeah,
Grundy.
Supposedly can blow its breath in your face and make you forget and fall asleep. And like I said, it sounds intriguing. I just can't find nothing on it.
And it sounds almost like an amalgamation of different like cryptids, and then inject it with the super soldier serum or steroid.
Either that or it's one hell of a paranormal entity that I don't want to run up on because usually a paranormal entity is coming from something or related closely to something. And I don't know what the heck this thing would be related to or close to, but I don't want to see it.
And just from the description, and I'll start working on that. Or not Russell, I'm sorry. Get with me, give me some more details, and I'll start working on it ASAP. But when y'all hear this thing, you'll understand. Like, we're not trying to hide anything, or like we're not giving you any more detail or any less details than we have, I should say.
I tell you this though, the way you describe it is very articulate. It sounds almost like you're writing a poetry.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly. I call it poetic. It's like a very poetic description of this creature.
The cryptid haiku.
Yeah, but thank you for the email, dude. And like I said, if you find something else or whatever, don't hesitate to send it. Like I said, we do read your emails that y'all send us. Just because I may not answer back, or Lakea may not. She usually answers everything. Just because we haven't answered you back does not mean we haven't read it. Now I do have a pile of emails that we haven't got to.
Well, I got to some this morning, but I noticed there were other ones missing. I know you accidentally deleted Russell's, but there was so if you get one from In the Darkest, please forward that one to me too.
Okay. How I did that, y'all, was over here. There's a little button that you click that says, that you can close it out. Instead of closing it out, I actually hit the button that says delete. I did not realize I was doing that until she stopped me. So, oops.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
The Bell Witch.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
That's a good one.
Yes. We actually were fixing to go. You did say the Bell Witch, didn't you?
Yeah, the Bell Witch, Tennessee.
Yes. Me and Lakea and a couple other people were actually fixing to go research that. And then I'm not going to name the TV show that went and actually screwed that up to the point where that man run them off with a gun and told them if they didn't, his very words where I told them if they didn't leave, they were fixing to be part of the attraction.
Dadgum.
And he does not allow any kind of cameras or nothing else no more.
Well, gee whiz, thanks whoever that was for ruining it for everybody else.
What?
But we were set up to go to that place. And
yes, and that was kind of like, like a shot in the gut. Like, oh, really?
I'm talking about the day before we were fixing to leave. They did this TV show did a show on it. I said I'm not mentioning them or nothing else, but like I said, they were told. That's the reason why on the TV show that doesn't finish the episode, because during that filming of the episode is when the man that owns the place, is a man and woman that owns the actual cave, told them to leave, and they wouldn't leave them fast enough, so he gave them a little bit of inspiration to leave a little faster.
Yes, I think after that happened, I even think Dark was supposed to call them back and try to see if there could be different arrangements made then. And I don't know, I just got so disheartened with it that I threw my hands up.
But Papa, that's one we actually wanted to go do a investigation on and record it. I would actually like to do a live one, but I don't know how well that's going to work down in a cave.
No,
because this thing is deep.
Yeah, I can tell just from some of the stuff I done read on it, and Mike, I watched the movie. The person in the chat, you were right. The movie didn't do it justice. American Hunting, that really didn't do it.
Oh, justice. Is that the story?
Nope, that ain't them. But I'm not. Even if they guess it, I'm not going to tell them because I don't want to.
Nobody going up there.
Well, no. Yeah. I was just like wondering if that movie was based around the events of this.
Because this guy's even trying to steal somebody else's idea of Lorraine Bobbitt and them. Not Bobbitt, but Warren. How they have the collections that they've went around. This guy's now trying to do that too. So
you're talking about Ed and Lorraine?
Yes. Well, this guy now is trying to steal their thunder, and all of a sudden he's doing that now, and he acts like he's the only one doing it. So,
they started that back in the 70s, though, didn't they? I mean,
yes,
man. I read their book, Demonologist,
Yes.
The stories of Ed,
Great.
the stories of Ed and Lorraine Warren. That was a great book. I'm not going to even.
They seem very sincere, don't they?
Yeah.
You know, I know they caught a lot of heat about, you know, just being kind of like flim flam people. But if you read that book, and I'm the kind of person that can kind of draw sincerity even out of, you know, reading something somebody's written. I think everything that they've experienced, they're being 100% honest, in my opinion, about everything that they.
Because it's certain things that you. It's kind of like when DW interviews people, the certain words they use, their tones in the book. Like you could almost like if you read the book thoroughly, and if you're a real reader, if you read the book, it's like the words come off the page almost.
Right. And when he says real reader, I know exactly what he means. Like get absorbed into the content.
Yeah, I picked it up one time, and I read it through cover to cover.
How long did it take you to read that, Papa?
Probably, I was at work that day. Wasn't nothing to do. About 9 hours.
Lakea, how long did it take you to read that book?
What book? I'm sorry.
Lorraine and Lorraine Bobbitt's husband's book.
Lorraine Warren.
Yeah.
Bobby.
Oh, it wasn't that long.
I think it took her like 2.5, 3 hours.
I speed read though.
Yeah.
I like to get enveloped in the story. The way I can try to picture myself in their shoes. Like I think one story they told was like when they were driving and the Phantom Rider was messing with them. Yeah.
Dude, when I say she can zip through a book, she freaks me out doing that crap. I'm talking about she can pick up a novel in a couple of hours, it's done. And I'm like, how the hell?
I got that feeling about Lakea. Like, you know, I'm the same way. I bet she retains information like it's nobody's business too.
Like a sponge.
Like you, I bet if we read the same book within the same 2 hours, we could have probably hours worth of conversation about that book. I mean, that's a real gift, I think.
Yeah, true.
It's one that served me well in the past.
Okay,
and even now, you know, as far as research.
Okay, Lakea, where you want to go with the paranormal? What you want to talk about now?
It don't matter really.
No, come on now.
It don't matter.
I have plenty of topics over here. If y'all want them, I dish them out. You want them?
What's the craziest paranormal thing? I know what Papa's is. Besides the girl on the side of the road, Papa, what is the craziest paranormal thing that's happened to you?
Outside of between that, the bed flying off the shelf. I think other than that was the fact that I stayed in the house over one summer. I'm not gonna say who the house it was, but it was okay. I can tell you the story. I'll just tell you the story. It's the middle of the night. I got up. Well, I was like halfway woke, and I was actually staying with some relatives. And in the middle of the night, typically the youngest son, at the time he was the youngest, he'll come out the room. He'll walk from his room to his mom's room every night. But this time I was halfway asleep and I woke up and I seen what I thought was him. What I thought was his shadow, because you know the shadow make a person look taller. The shadow not going into the mother's room, coming out of the mother's room into the kid's room, and the door closed. And I paid no attention at the time. I was just like, okay, all right. He went in there, he closed the door. And I woke up the next morning. I was like, did he get up and he when I got up I got up before everybody else. When I went back there, I seen he was laying in the mother's room. I'm like, did he get up and come back in there? Is he sleepwalking? Somebody side playing. I'm hearing my echo somewhere.
It's not me, brother.
Not me.
I don't know. I don't think it's me.
I'm muted, so.
I don't think it's me. I don't.
Vault, check the back door, please.
Oh, let me double check my side too, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, talking about the Yellow Hills down there in southern Oklahoma, the scariest experience I had with that, because we went back several times, is it's after I left Philadelphia after school and everything. I moved back to Oklahoma, and somebody wanted to see that spot. We went down this dirt road where the gate is leading onto the property. Mind you, this is Buster Nat, he's the last big old school medicine man in Oklahoma. From the dust of the vehicle, it's an old, dirty, dusty road. It formed into a horse, and only me and the guy who we were taking out there saw it. From that dust, there was a horse that formed, reared up and everything.
Vault.
I guess it could have came out of the woods or whatever.
Yeah, hold on, Dave. Yeah, go ahead.
It's coming from you because every time it does it, your picture's popping up on my end.
Hold on.
Ooh.
Come here for just a second.
Okay.
Go ahead and finish, D.
Go ahead, D.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, we're taking this guy. It's me and my buddy Jason, that's his great uncle. And as I stopped, because I almost passed the gate's off the side of the road. It's growed up on either side with big, thick, unkept trees, thickets. I hit the brakes, and this was an old school Oldsmobile that I took out there actually. But as I slid from that dust, there was like a horse. I guess it could have came out of the woods, but it reared up, and I looked in the rearview mirror. The guy who was sitting in the back, who we were taking out there to see this haunted property, actually turned around and saw it. But there was the rider on this horse. The horse may have been real, but that rider wasn't. And his eyes were sort of like glowing, a little tint of red. So that was the last time I ever been to that property, and that I'll ever go back, because we only made it to the gate, mind you.
Wow.
That's why I say, if you ever find any of this, any of the haunted lands, or that's why I don't go into the literal Brown Springs, the cemetery down there where my research area is. And, when I put that out, I didn't really think people would take it literally that I'm going to this 2-acre lot of these old graves. There's a lot of activity over there, a lot of Squatch activity. Don't get me wrong. But there's a whole lot of other stuff that I don't want anything to do with.
Well, one thing to piggyback off what you were saying earlier about knowledge, D, you were saying
I'm listening, bro.
knowledge.
Yes, sir.
I got a visit at one point. This is another paranormal activity thing that happened to me when I was in college. I was like, even when people tell you, this is for the chat and whoever's listening. When people tell you, you have to be careful what knowledge you do get, because that can ultimately open you up,
right,
to visits from interdimensional creatures, I would call them.
Yeah, absolutely. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Like,
honestly,
I know a lot, but a lot of stuff has happened to me, especially while I was in school doing a lot of the studying, because I used to be up super late at night. Time seemed to just fly by. One night I had gotten to, matter of fact, I'd tell you exactly what book I was reading. I was reading the Book of the Law.
There you go.
I was reading that book. I finished reading it, set it down, I left the library where it was at. I went back in my room. I laid down. When I laid down, I could feel like somebody was in my room. Somebody was there. And when I was laying down, I wasn't.
That Aleister Crowley stuff, brother.
Yeah, I was laying down. I was laying down in my bed. I wasn't asleep. My eyes were wide open. It's like there's a big light that beams into my room. It beamed kind of into my room window to where I can see shadows. And it looked like someone was standing there, almost like a reaper was standing there, staring at me.
Like a cloaked figure?
Yeah. Was standing in the same room as I was. It didn't move. It didn't do anything. And I sit there and I watched it until I fell asleep, and I woke back up and I thought it was still there, but nothing was there when I woke up. That was like the most horrifying experience I had. That's when I started knowing, well, somebody's wrong somewhere, because somebody was like, well, you should learn this stuff. This stuff don't exist. I was like, it does exist, because this has happened to me on more than one occasion when I study something. And I don't study stuff like in the middle of the day. I'm probably at night when I'm burning the midnight oil, when I'm really into it, when you're really tired and you really starting to get to the good parts and the good stuff into your research. Absolutely. That's when I start running into certain stuff, and that's when certain stuff starts happening. That's when crazy stuff out of the blue just start happening because like even just looking up pictures, because I start studying a lot of the gods of ancient Egypt. Well, I'll say Lower Kemet, which is Egypt. But when I start studying stuff like that, stuff happens all the time. you have to make sure you're protected because you don't know what you're reading. At the time, I didn't know I was reading.
And you know, that's something Lakea kind of pointed out to me because I've been a lot of people have reached out to me that are Reiki masters and stuff, and I didn't even know about it at the time. They asked me, what do I do for protection when I'm going out in the research field? What gets me so close? But my whole thing is like, I don't know. I just do my thing. When she was saying that, I think it was actually Valdi when he was saying that I'm kind of like
Special.
doing it myself without even knowing it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I tell people, that fear. Once you cut that out, and I mean, like surgically remove it where it's not even something that exists to you anymore, it'll open up all the rest of the doors for you, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
See, you got certain people though that are born with that little thing that doesn't make, like most people, things that should scare them or that scare most people, they don't have that.
Exactly.
yeah, because I'm like, I don't study normal stuff. I study stuff that go way left. Yeah, if you ain't prayed up, if you ain't prayed up, you ain't got them candles. You don't want to touch half of that stuff that I read because it's real.
Well, I mean, think about like what you're reading, experiencing it day in, day out. Vault knows a little bit about what I'm talking about, but once you open your mind to certain aspects that people subconsciously close their mind to, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if there is a shutting that door. It's just what is.
It's like,
You know what I mean? Like you're talking about the ethereal creatures that kind of like, it looks like tricks of light, but you see the faces and forms that would look like creatures.
Yeah.
That's scientifically proven to be true. They call them terrestrial unidentified creatures. There's special lenses, or when say you take a picture with a fisheye lens and it's digital. The Vatican actually has a telescope that they're taking pictures of these UFOs, I guess you could call them, but they look like creatures.
Yeah.
It's the way this telescope is designed that sees beyond what the human eye can. There are certain people who have that ability naturally.
Yeah.
And they're terrestrial and they're extraterrestrial entities that can be filmed. I mean,
yeah, because I had to, because I'll get into another story. It just goes on and on. I'm like, this is crazy because I'm like, it's coming back to me. Now I had suppressed this for a long time. When I was younger, I probably about 11 or 12. Me and my friends, we were up late with my cousin and her boyfriend, and I guess we were getting on their nerves, and they decided to scare us. So this is how they decided to scare us, with a seance. Now, mind you, I'm not in the suburbs. I'm in the hood.
right.
And my friend, he lives a street over, but you have to go down a long dark street to get him home. So they did this seance. In the middle of the seance, my friend got choked.
I've heard of stories like that too. You know, people who tempt the devil.
He got choked, and you know what's so strange about this? He got choked, right? Remember when I told y'all a few weeks ago, one of my friends died. He was hung from a tree.
No, I didn't hear that one, brother.
Yeah, I heard that one.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's the same friend who got choked. He was choked probably 3 years prior to it, and 3 years after that, we found him. That's when we found him hanging from a tree. I don't know if that was a preconceived notion, because I thought the whole time it was a joke. I thought they were just playing a joke on us, because they were like, "Man, the only way you can close this gate is if you blow all the candles out at one time." And we blew the candles out, and then you know he wasn't the same person after that. He was kind of like withdrawn and stuff like that, but we didn't really pay no attention to it because he was kind of to himself already, but it kind of got worse. But I think that, I don't know if that's where it started. I don't know if something came and got him, because like I said, doing this story where he passed away, the way his mom explains it, he just left out the house and she didn't feel right. He had just left out the house, and
Sort of like he wasn't there.
it's kind of like, it's like, this is the way the story goes. He was in the house. He had called me probably 2 days prior to, and he was like, "Are you coming out here?" I said no because I really wasn't coming out there, but somehow I ended up getting into the neighborhood he lived in. Somehow I ended up getting out there. So when I got out there, me and my friend went by his house. But usually we'll take a shortcut, which cuts through the backyard right by the tree he was hanging from. But we didn't take it this time. We took the long way around to his house. So when we took the long way around to his house, we knocked on the door. His mama asked, "Have you seen him?" I was like, "No, that's why we came over here to see where he at, because that's what they said, he was at the house." And she was like, "No, he not too long ago just left. He went out the back door. Can you please go get him for me? Because I want him in the house today. I don't want him outside. I want him out. I want him to be around me today because I don't feel right." And we was like, "Okay, we're gonna go find him." 5 seconds, we walked through the backyard and seen him. He was hanging from a tree. And now this is what the people say. What goes around the neighborhood is someone killed him. Someone hung him from a tree. I was like, no, this man, he was 16 years old and he's cock strong. We talking about he country boy strong, where
throwing hay bales like there. Yeah, I know
where they had where in order before he had to go to school every morning, he had to stack bricks. That kind of strong. So I'm like, ain't nobody just doing this, and this man was just hanging from a tree. He didn't, and ain't no way possibly he could have did this himself, tie himself up, because the string was so short. He had to be laying down on the branch. In order for it to happen, he had to be laying down on the branch, fall off the tree in order for him to do it, because in order for us to cut him down, we had to climb up the tree while one of us held his legs up because the rope was so thin and it wasn't long. It was like real short.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I never connected the dots until right now.
What did the police say?
The police, well, the police said someone he did it, and we was like, it's possible he did it. Then the police turned around behind that because he didn't die there. He didn't die hanging from the tree. He died at the hospital because what killed him was lack of oxygen to the brain for an extended period of time.
Mm-hmm.
And he made it to the hospital, but he didn't last long because his brain was already deprived of oxygen for too long. So it was already, he was basically dead, but he made it to the hospital. So when they looked at it and it was like, he died. Then room started.
Said it earlier, man, like when that sudden death, not to cut you off, but I was thinking about that. Like a lot of stories I've heard and a lot of things that I've seen, somebody dies just in that moment, unexpectedly. You always hear those type of
yeah, but when you pay attention to the way someone, like, I had people in my life try to commit suicide by hanging themselves before. It shows. Like, they try to do this, they try to do that. This was just random, out the blue.
Did he have anybody that didn't like him? Was he arguing, fighting with anybody? Or
he was 16. I'm like, when you 16 in high school, you arguing with a lot of people all the time.
Yeah, but I'm talking about,
like, to the point. You talking about something to where somebody do him harm? I don't think nobody was crazy enough to do him harm. Mainly because he was
just a big guy. He could handle himself. And I mean, was there signs of struggle or that?
His mom. His mom told us he hadn't been out the house 10 minutes.
Wow.
10 minutes from the time we arrived to the time we found him.
Yeah, that's a strange out occurrence with the short rope, the lack of time, because someone would have seen him probably with that short of a rope, and the way you're describing, I had to go up in the tree. That means then someone had to pull him up in the tree, tie him to the rope, and
then push him over or something, or a rope, or it's kind of like the rope came from nowhere.
Yeah, and see, I was kind of thinking what fault was. I didn't want to just, I know that's your friend. I wasn't.
I'm sorry. I told you I don't have the filter.
That's how my mind works. I have a very analytical mind. You know what I mean? I tried to break that down, but I stopped myself because I didn't want to be discourteous.
No, you don't.
I didn't mean to be.
I know. I'm the same way.
This happened in like 2004. So when I'm like, don't get me wrong, I played this scenario in my head over 1 million times.
Just from my field of study and what I go to school for and knowledge and sort of what I do. Unless there were certain circumstances, I don't
Yeah.
think that could happen within the window of 10 minutes.
Yeah,
Mm-mm.
that's the thing. That's the problem that really messes me up, because it's like he wasn't out the house long enough for that to even go down. How can a person, anybody, I'm like, let alone, I'm like, because the man was 5'8", 195 pounds.
Just a solid oak stump.
Yeah, point. I'm like,
I'm 6 foot. I got some cats that I know I grew up with that can turn me upside down.
yeah,
I'm not ashamed to say, yeah.
he was short and cock strong. He was short. He wasn't fat. He didn't have. I think he had like 0.05% body fat on him. He was strong.
Wow.
So if somebody to just run up on him, he would have got him off. And because the vicinity from the house to the backyard, it wouldn't have. His mom would have heard something.
Right.
His mom would have heard something because she was the only one in the house, and only thing she heard was us knocking on the door. So even we would have heard something.
Wow.
I'm like, we'd have heard somebody running. We'd have heard somebody trying to get out. Because if you don't know where the cut is in the backyard, you will end up tripping over a piece of fence. So
y'all didn't, as a group, or you didn't know if he did himself, ever play with like Ouija boards or anything like that?
Only thing, it's like I said, when me and him had known each other since the 5th grade. Since we met in the 5th grade, and probably out my 6th grade year, that's when they did that seance at my house. They did a seance at my house, and that seance was they said it was a joke, and it wasn't a joke because they were playing with something they didn't know nothing about. In the middle of the seance, he gets choked. They blow out the candles. We walk him home. He's terrified the whole way home. Even a few days later after that, he even said himself, I don't think those gates were closed that we opened. And that rings in my head now. Because I don't know. He could have been tormented.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's and I say that I don't like to deal with that part of it and this, that, and the other thing. But that doesn't mean I don't believe in it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Once you get into that aspect of things, and especially if you're arrogant about it. Now, I'm not saying your friend was at all, but I know people that have been arrogant, like, well, there's no devil because I'm doing this to call him out. Go talk to him in a week. Go talk to him in a week's time. See if everything.
He wasn't the type of guy. He wasn't that type of guy to just. He was. Don't get me wrong. He was not that type of guy. He actually believed it. We thought he was playing because he practical jokes a lot too. So it wasn't nothing that I really could. I was just like, you playing, because sometimes he tried to scare us because he was older than the rest of us. So.
Well, like I said, that's where I go back to people playing around with stuff that they don't know, because,
amen.
Now Ouija board Ouija, however you pronounce it, spirit board stuff, they're not bad. And like I can talk more about this than I can, but it's all in what you do. And then if you don't know what you're doing, you don't know if you're doing something wrong, because you can do something wrong and draw something to you.
Mm-hmm.
That's very true. Val, do you remember those 4 girls a couple of months ago?
That's why I asked that, because that's the first thing that I thought of. Man, Lakeia jumped these 3 girls like, look, she made these grown, well, I say girls, but they were adults.
They were college students.
Floor. Yeah, they were sitting on the floor like little kids in kindergarten class while she was getting her ass.
They had been playing every night with the Ouija board, and not closing it, leaving it open. And people don't understand.
Wow.
When you use a Ouija board or a spirit board, you're basically opening a mini portal right there in front of you. You must close it. It will stay open if you do not. You must close it first. And they did not. And they come asking for help. They didn't know what to do. And I had to go through the whole, you've got to be respectful. You've got to protect yourself first. Taught them how to close it. Well, I gave them each a hematite ring to wear for protection and told them don't take it off. And one of them in her dorm room, I know it was 2 of them, in 2 different dorm rooms, kept having problems. Well, they kind of wanted to be a little hard-headed and take their hematite rings off the next night to play with their Ouija board again. And something come through, followed them back to their dorm rooms. I'm talking about, think of one of the worst poltergeist activities you could think of, and that's kind of what happened in each one of their dorm rooms.
Yeah, to the point where the people that are over the dorm rooms, they thought they were having parties and kicked them out of the dorms.
So then the next night after that, they come back and I said, well, did you wear your rings? Did you close it down? Et cetera, et cetera. And two of them said, no, we took ours off and just laid it on the board. So I had them put their rings on, and with me, there was 5 of us at this time, we started operating the board. And I was trying to see what they had brought over, basically, through the board. And all of a sudden, the 2 that's been having problems, their hematite rings just completely shattered right on their finger in front of everybody. Didn't hit nothing, didn't touch anything. The rings were not too tight to where, you know, if they folded their hands up, they shattered. Nothing like that. So then we had to do a complete cleansing of them, of the board, closing the board, then going to the dorm rooms. It became a week-long process.
All because
And
one of these girls especially, to the point where she really got mad at me because I gave her nickname Plastic. There's a movie that this dang little girl reminded me of so much of the actress on it, the way that she portrayed it. I named her Plastic. Do y'all, any of y'all ever seen the movie The Mean Girls?
Yes.
That leading girl that's in there, the one that's
Rose McGowan?
Yeah, the one that's over the little crew they call the Plastics. She act just like her. I'm talking about the way she talked, the way she act. So I nicknamed her Plastic, and she absolutely hated me before that.
But two of the girls were into the craft, let's just say, and the Plastic girl, I'm not gonna say her name, but she had this, I'm the ringleader, I know everything, even though she's never opened a book on the subject, no nonsense attitude. Mm-hmm.
These girls were just like, I don't know who they are or whatever, but they didn't really know what they're doing, right? They're just like, it was just like a little fad, it was a fad to them almost.
Well, two of them took it seriously.
Okay.
They're the 2 that nothing bothered.
But the Plastic one, like the leader or whatever, she wasn't the one that was up to snuff, right?
No, she actually got kicked out of her dorm because her dorm got tore up so bad. When I say tore up, it stuck. This thing they would leave, everything would be fine, and they come home and like the picture would be pulled off the wall and shot across the room and stuck in the wall.
So they made something mad.
Oh yeah, to the point where they got kicked out of the dorm for destroying the college property.
Man, stop playing.
Like I said, it was, you know, trying to tell them you have to know what you're doing. You have to, you know, I always say you go in things like that with respect. And I couldn't stress that enough. And safety is always, you know, to me, utmost importance anyway. And like I said, the 2 girls that took it seriously had previous knowledge. They had never used one, but had previous knowledge of spirit boards and Ouija boards. They were fine. But it was the 2 girls that didn't take it seriously, thought it was a joke, thought it was for fun. They are the 2 that something come through for. And then, like I said, even after the first warning and trying to help them fix it the first time, those 2 didn't listen. And then they wanted to come running back the second time, and I gave them a good talking to. I was like a mama bear on them.
Okay, give me a talking to. I'm listening.
One of these little girls was shaking and crying. I'm talking about that's when she got finished with him. This little girl was crying.
I guess. Then I think
She realized, though, you know, she realized how serious things like that could be. And it's, you know, some people, they may use it as a game, play with it, and never have nothing happen to them. I say, hey, you're lucky. That's what I tell them. You're lucky.
Hey, wasn't the little girl that was crying, wasn't that the one that got pinned down in the bed and couldn't move and felt like, she said it felt like she was.
She was wide awake. It was not sleep paralysis. It was not anything like that. She was wide awake.
She said it felt like someone was trying to do something. I'm not going to say it on that. Do something to her that shouldn't be done.
We
You know
got
what I
it.
mean?
We got it. We
Yeah,
got it.
but I'm talking about it had her pinned down for several hours like that.
Wow, they gotta stop. Oh Lord. I think a lot of this come from TV. I really do, because people think it's a joke. You're gonna have this hero come out of nowhere and save you, and this is a game because it's entertainment, but they keep forgetting that TV is just entertainment. And they decide, okay, we're gonna do it just for shits and giggles, but ain't no shits and giggles now, because now you tormented. Now you're being, what's the word called, oppressed. Now you're being oppressed and you don't know what to do about it, and you're trying to go find help, and you still, it's like insanity. It's like they run into a brick wall constantly, but it's like they ain't gonna believe fat meat greasy into the bacon popping them in the damn face.
Well, like I said, Lakea's had to fix a bunch of stuff like it. And my favorite one, I'm not going to tell the whole thing, but my favorite one was where it was at a Catholic school, and these little Catholic girls thought that it would be funny Halloween night to hold a seance, and they called upon the darkest spirits they could think of, and they got answered. Yeah, like I said, when a priest tells you that I cannot help you, that you have to, and they seek out someone like Lakea, you know it's bad.
And see, that's what people don't understand. You take somebody like me at the time, all dressed in black, goth looking from hell, walking into, a Catholic church to talk and interview these girls, and they're like, whoa.
When it says shit, you know it's bad.
Yeah, it was.
I swear to God, Lakea walked in the building. I'm right behind her. She is the nun that walks. She's walking with her eyes down, and she looks up and goes, "Shit."
Wow.
Is he still here?
I don't know.
He's muted. He's muted.
Okay. Well, I said you know it's bad when you get a nun to cuss.
Well, I was gonna ask him, could I share his new vid he just dropped in the chat, because I know he had issues with it yesterday, and I was just gonna share it if it was okay.
He probably go check on that washing machine.
It might attack him again, but like the paranormal reaches out more than just haunt. You can cause a place to be haunted if you like the chaos told D. Young people, especially if they're mad all the time, if they are upset or something, just generally is bothering them, they can manifest poltergeist activity. Okay, let's say sometimes that poltergeist activity, if it's been in there long enough and strong enough, it can attach to that building. They can leave, and the activity will stay there. So now someone else moves into there, and what's the first? It's haunted.
Yep.
And every haunted place is not haunted. It can be poltergeist activity, and all poltergeists are not spirits.
I got a question. This is this movie I saw. It's based off a book. It's based off NYPD cop being a demonologist. Have you guys ever read that book before? Seen the movie? It had Eric Bana in it. He played the Incredible Hulk in the first movie before this new guy played him. He played in the movie.
I can't say I have. Lakea, have you?
Not that I know of. If I have, I can't think of it right off the top of my head. I don't watch a lot of TV or movies, though.
I'll find it. Give me one second. I'll find it and let you guys know what I'm talking about.
Look, TV to me is boring. It's going to be whatever. All right, Monday. They can have a show on Monday and go. They may run that show all night long. And then Saturday and Sunday, they're going to do repeats of the same damn show. And a lot of times it's garbage. I'm talking about it's the stupidest stuff you can think of. Like I said, cartoons, like he was talking about Adult Swim. I seen that and I'm like, this is passing for cartoons.
Vault, would you ever Papa, type it in the chat.
Okay, it's
if you can't say it on air.
No, I got it. I found the name of it. It's
Okay.
Deliver Us from Evil.
It's what?
Deliver Us from Evil. And the name of the officer's name is Ralph Sarchi.
I don't know if I have.
I can't say that I have, and I can't say that I haven't. So
Yeah.
It don't sound familiar, but
yeah, he was. I'm like, because that's when I started to make connections. That's when I started verifying a lot of the stuff Ed and Lorraine Warren was saying, because I started reading material that had nothing to do with their material, and it'll come full circle.
Hey, Fish.
What's going on?
Game.
How are you?
I'm good tonight. How about you guys?
how's it going, Fish?
I am wonderful.
Fish, it's time for your initiation.
Oh God.
Into the DW Secret Society.
Yeah.
Hey,
He has
we
to-
ain't supposed
he
to be
has to
talking
go-
about that, remember?
He has to go get the dog man pubic hair.
Man, you couldn't pay me to get close enough to them things for that.
Vault, would you ever take a ride on the Queen Mary?
Oh yes, I'd love to.
Water ghosts. Nah.
See, I don't like water like that either.
No,
I'm
but
kind of like, nah. I pass on that one.
I'm not a big fan of water with it, but see, I'm in a boat that's going to be, the Queen Mary is on a river, so you got land on both sides of you that I can see, so that don't bother me that much. I can swim, y'all.
Oh, Radlove said she used to work on the Queen Mary. Is it really as haunted as they say? They say strange things happen on the Queen Mary.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah. Ugh. Well, Vamp got the ear to the street because she just came out of nowhere. A lot of stuff on this movie that I did not know of.
I've never
Heard
of it personally, but like I said,
it's a book turned movie. Basically, what it was. It's a book adaptation of the book called Deliver Us from Evil, and it was about because it's a retired NYPD sergeant. What he did, what the stuff he started experiencing on the job made him question, because he's a Catholic. You know, a lot of the NYPD officers are Catholics. So a lot of times, like one time, I think one thing he described in the book was he responded to a call and a lady was eating her newborn baby's face.
Mm.
And then they started making him question it. It started making him question whether or not God was real or not, because of the stuff he was seeing. I started delving into that, and it started really showing me different stuff. Because it was like, I only can imagine what somebody, like, I know what Fish see in his line of work, and I know what I see in my line of work. I can only imagine what some of these police officers respond to on a daily basis.
funny you should say that, because like I said, I've got an officer. I think he's trying to join now, and it'll probably be as a guest or whatever. So, but he's been getting a lot of crazy reports. Like, this is it's a small town. It's not that big of a place. They don't even have a Walmart or nothing else. I think the biggest thing they got there is a Dollar General. So you've got people raising chickens and stuff like that in town, but he's got reports of like chicken coops that have been tore open and all the chickens have been took out of it. This one family, they had a small baby that couldn't drink regular milk, so these people went out. The doctor told them goat's milk would be a substitute. So they went and bought
some family leave. But I see my guy Fish is on there. Wow.
Oh yeah, but
What up, D?
they
Hey,
they went and bought a goat to get the goat's milk, fresh from, and it was out there 2 nights, and something actually cooked the goat off when I say took the gut off, it broke the chain that they had it chained up with, and the goat is now missing.
I just had
like
the
what?
worst chill run over my body.
Like I said, and he's been talking to me and stuff about that. And I'm actually, when I get fixed up to take phone calls, we're going to give him a call. Fish, I got a question for you since we're talking about paranormal stuff. Have y'all come across any paranormal stuff out there while y'all have been out working?
Me personally, no. I had one guy who told me he actually ran into a pair of those stairs in the woods.
I was just
In
thinking about
Oklahoma?
them damn steps.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Yeah,
Fish,
D.
if you got a chance tonight, I'd like to talk to you too for a little bit.
Hey, if we can set it up, we can do that.
Awesome, outstanding.
Well, all I can say is I've seen them one time, and like I said, we walked all the way around them about 25 yards out because this was freaky as hell and couldn't figure out why they were there, how they got there, and what was holding them up, because like I said, this shouldn't have been in the upright position, and we decided, nope, ain't worth it, bye. And we left.
I can tell you a story about the stairs I heard through the grapevine.
Go ahead, man.
Can you give me
They were-
like a general direction of where I want to see them? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. I want to go to them, and if they're in the motherland, then
You're going to go to the Kaimishis.
oh well, yeah. I mean that's needle in a haystack, but the Kamichis, yeah, they got the Janoska in there, man. I'm not
Big, when you go, I want you to put 2 songs on your iPod for me, or your iPhone or Android.
Slayer
Stairway to-
Unit 731 and Metallica.
Stairway to Heaven. Stairway to Heaven. Put that on there. And Stairway to Heaven by the OJs. 2 songs.
I listened to Led Zeppelin's version.
Yeah. Listen to it backwards when you go to them steps.
Well, Fish, tell us about the stairs.
There was this group. I don't remember what state it was. I forget. Through all the long time ago, I'd heard it, but they were looking for a kid, and the dogs had actually found the trail, and they were going down the trail, and another group of 2 guys had actually come across the stairs, and one of them took a few steps off, up on the stairs, and when he did that, they lost the trail. The dogs instantly lost the trail to finding the kid.
Why would you walk on them steps? That's not even. Why?
Yeah, that seems like the thing to not do.
Yeah.
Where are you going?
So we had one guy in our group that kept wanting to walk on the stairs to the point where I'm talking about we almost had to get physical with him. No, dude, we don't need this. No, we got something else. We have something we need to be doing. We ain't got time. We'll come back, but we never came back. But he was adamant about he wanted to climb those stairs.
I don't know why. I don't know why.
Was he the type of guy that was just that curious, or
Nope.
was he like kind of being compelled to?
No, he wasn't that kind of. He wasn't that curious. And the other thing is, when he's one of these people, when he's no nonsense, no, none of that stuff. But he was just adamant. I'm talking about he would just stand in front of it. He would just stand in front of it and he's like, just looking at him, and we're like, come on, dude, let's get out of here. He's like, well, I got to go to the top. What do you mean you got to go to the top? No, we ain't getting on them damn, man. Look, they can't be held up by much because we can't see what's holding them up. That's our whole thing. We thought, he walks up them, they fall over, and he gets hurt. Now we got a hurt person, and we're trying to look for somebody. But, it was like he was adamant. I've got to go up no, dude, you ain't going up them stairs. To the point where I said,
No, yeah, I could see Paul like, no, shut up, no, it's not gonna happen.
like I said, we almost had to get physical with him actually one person did kind of like walk up and push him walking because he's just standing there like a damn zombie.
That's
It's the easiest way I can describe it. But like I said, after we got away from him, he was back to himself.
Okay, he probably went into a trance.
I have no idea. All I can tell you, like I said, that's the only time I've ever seen them. And and when I talk about them or ask people about them, some people have never heard of them. I'd never heard of it before. Like I said, it was the oddest damn thing I've ever seen in my freaking life. Well, one of the oddest things, I'll put it that way. I've met y'all haven't met some of my family.
Those
It's
stairs,
weird that
oddly
whole
enough,
trans like state. I'm sorry, Fish, go on.
you're good. But those stairs seem to have that effect on people from everything I've heard. Is it's like a paralyzing kind of thing. Like they're pulling you towards them in a way.
Well, they damn sure did it to this guy. And like I said, he was if y'all knew him and I told you that, you'd be like, really? Because that's not like him.
Kind of like when somebody tell you, okay, take this over there, but don't look in it. And your whole way over there, you just want to look in it. I just have to see what's inside.
Yeah, I'm talking about it.
Fish, let me ask you a question, because I know you've seen Ness. I don't even know exactly where you are, but I can just tell by some of the stuff you said. You've seen the Ness, right?
The what?
Of the Squatch.
Yeah.
Have you ever went to one where it's sort of the same thing? Like it doesn't look like it's anything special. It's nothing but sticks, but you're compelled to just like get closer to it and look inside.
Honestly, yeah. I came across one, I think about a year and a half ago.
Interesting.
Like when I saw it, it was just kind of like, I don't know why, but it was like, I should walk in there. I should look in it. I didn't, but something was telling me you should go in there.
Right. And it seems like an unassuming, just random pile of sticks and leaves and stuff, but
it seemed completely random.
Exactly. It would blend in on casual glance, but for people who know the woods, it sticks out like a sore thumb, sort of like in Vault's video. If you know what you're looking for, and just from studying that film, I knew the terrain.
Right.
And when he walked that, I said, that's a nest. I mean, it had the little cove on the bottom of it. And when we say nest, they're not eagles. They're not like going and finding sticks to build nests. They manipulate what's there in such a way so the little ones can hide.
Well, it's more like weaving.
Exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, it's closer to weaving than anything.
Which is mind blowing sometimes. Some of the stuff.
And if they go back and watch my video, there's a lot of places that looks like where something was started, and it just like they would weave one or two trees together, and they just decided not doing it. I don't know if that was other ones practicing how to do it or what, but there's a lot of trees out there that one or two trees will be weaved together, and it just stops.
And I've often wondered about that vault. Is that what they're intending to do?
I don't know, dude. I can't tell you. I wish I did know because it's intriguing as hell. But have y'all had any more incidents out there where y'all at, Fish?
No, sir. Nothing right now. Mostly this week I've been dealing with idiots more than anything.
That's fun.
Oh, you walked outside today?
Yes, exactly. I walked outside. Biggest mistake of my life.
I hear you.
Wow. Anything else paranormal that you've heard out there?
Me personally, no. I've never been big. I mean, I believe in the paranormal stuff, but I've never really had anything like that happen to me.
Good way to pass the time. To talk about some of them stories.
I totally believe in that stuff, though. I think everything. I've always grown up believing anything is possible.
Absolutely. And I always say that a lot of stuff can be explained in terrestrial terms. But, that's kind of why I started this project with Kirk Stokes up in Kentucky. There's some sort of interwoven, and it's as crazy as it sounds, it's all maybe not connected, but they're all linked in some way because, like Vault and I and Lakea talked about, why are these Sasquatch around cemeteries and haunted places?
Yeah, because I get a lot of reports of that. I don't understand why.
The orbs, you know what I mean? Yeah, it's.
Lakea, what is the little lights called that they're supposed to trick you into follow them in the woods and it gets you deeper and deeper and get you lost and they never see you again?
Orbs.
No, it's got a name.
You talking about they're kind of like Will-O-the-Wisp, but it's different.
Yeah, it's those stories have been going on for generations. I'm talking about way back. They see these lights or whatever, or these. I've even heard them described. They swear they were people the size of lightning bugs. I was like, what do you mean? They look like people, like lightning bugs.
Oh.
Just weird stuff like that. Like I said, I've never personally.
Something. I'm sorry, Vault.
No,
I didn't mean to interrupt
you. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I got something that I don't hear a lot of people talk about, and that's Tommy knockers.
Ooh, yeah, we were talking about that, about a month ago?
What?
Mm-hmm.
What?
Tommy knockers.
Tommy knockers.
Okay, explain what a Tommy knocker is.
It's like the men. It's supposed to be the spirits of men that have gotten trapped in like mines and stuff.
Oh, when they knock on the mine.
Tommy knockers.
So it's kind of like a miner got trapped in a mine cave in, right?
Yeah, well, you mostly.
It's saying that there are spirits that, like, if an accident's fixing to happen, or if a miner's trapped, they try to, like, sometimes they say they're friendly, they try to help the miner out.
Okay.
Well, like I said, or there'll be people mining. I've heard of people mining, and when they go to start hitting on the walls or some of the timbers, all of a sudden something way back in the mine will knock back at them.
There's different names for them. I call them Tommy knockers. Some people call them knockers. No, was it noogies, nuggies, something like that?
I think it's nuggies.
Blue caps. They're supposed to stay around like natural wells and think about it. You know, a mine, even though some caves and mines are man-made, there's some that are, you know, naturally made as well.
Whoa. Right. I actually have heard that. Okay, I think it's called something different in Oklahoma.
Kind of like The Descent.
Well,
The Descent's madness. That movie's insanity.
Yeah. Now I've been down. I don't too much like caves either because it's too confined. I don't like that shit. I've been down in some caves, like exploring around. Actually, I was squatching, just looking around to see if what I could find in there, what animals had drug what in there, and I've went all the way now to the back of this cave where I've searched every little nook, cranny, and everything it is. I'll be coming back out. And all of a sudden you hear something. It sounds like two rocks clacking together.
Now, that's Squatch,
you said that you're getting hunted by a Squatch, man. That's exactly what's going on.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what that sounds like to me. They're like, hey, somebody just came in the living room and didn't knock on the door. Who is that cat?
Well, I'm talking about that. I know for a fact there was nothing physically in this damn thing because I've got one of the brightest damn floodlights you can think of. I'm looking behind rocks. Like I said, I'm looking for little bitty bones to see what has been in and out of here. I'm looking for tracks on the ground, all that kind of stuff. There's nothing. There's not even a bat in this damn thing. They've been almost to the back of the cage, and all of a sudden, when I get almost to the outside, you hear two rocks clap together.
Yeah, brother, that does sound like Squatch to me, especially the rocks clacking together.
Well, that fucker was invisible.
Yeah, cool.
But they do say that Tommy knockers, there's, like I said, there's several different names for them. They say they can be, friendly and helpful, but yet also if you don't leave them an offering, let's say like a piece of food or something, for example, that they can be pretty mischievous at times as well.
That almost sounds like little people.
True.
Oh man.
See, my fellow Sooner knows about when people say the little people. I think somebody was giving me heat because they're like, that's politically incorrect. I'm not talking about someone who
has a form of dwarfism.
Thank you, Miss Lakaya. I'm not talking about that. In Oklahoma, the little people are helpers of the medicine man.
Yes.
And they are mischievous and
they will kill you.
Yes.
Yes. If they don't like you, and they're just like people. Some people they like. I've heard stories where in this modern times now, I had a Native American friend. She used to cut my hair. She was telling me,
D Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I lost him.
Breaking Bad.
I think this is going to be the same thing what he was talking about. The little people. They're supposed to think of Ewok, but they got a round head and they're slim.
Mm-hmm.
Is that not right, Fish?
From what I've heard, they're almost. I've never seen them, but people they're kind of like little elves almost.
Yeah.
they are. Can you hear me now, guys?
Yeah,
we
yeah.
can now.
All right, sorry about that. I don't know what that was, but Fish is absolutely right. Now, I said it last time. It's very hard to find, but Billy Washington took a picture in downtown Ardmore, and it has a little person in it. That's exactly how they're described by the elder tribesmen. I don't know how you would go about finding it. It took me a lot of digging, but it's on another computer. But just look up Native American Billy Washington, Oklahoma, little people, stuff like that, and you'll see one of them, and it's really, really creepy. It wasn't in the picture when they shot it, but it developed, and it doesn't look like it's paranormal or see-through like you see sometimes.
I'll tell you, me and a buddy, one day we were in high school out here. We had went and played basketball, and his parents were out of town. So he's like, "Hey, let's go hang out at my house afterwards." Okay, cool. We went and hung out over there, and he had left his shoes on the trunk of his car when we went inside. And when we both woke up, they were in his closet. and he swears because he's a big time Native American. His grandparents are and everything, and they know it was the little people. You know, they liked him, so they brought his shoes inside for him.
It's just stuff like that. It's a trip.
Wow.
But they have been known to kill people.
If they don't like you.
Right. If they don't like you, and that's crazy because like it's up to them. I've heard of stories of people that are genuinely good, charitable, that they live in the woods. Little people just don't like them, and they're tripping them, or they'll make them miss splitting wood, and they'll hit their leg with an axe, and they'll just bleed out because they're so far in these rural communities. It's little people's no joke, and it's one of those things almost like Skinwalker. I'm in Texas right now, North Texas. I'm not even worried about it. But in the motherland, they say if you talk about it so much, it draws their attention to you.
It's kind of like Slender Man. They say if you talk about it enough and you think about it enough, you can manifest one.
Yep, that is true.
That's what anything.
In Oklahoma, we believe the same. You know, they believe the same thing with the Skinwalker. If you think about it enough and you talk about it enough, you can get one to come after you.
Absolutely.
I don't need one coming after me.
No.
No, GTO, I think put wedgies and little people are two different things.
Yeah, put wedgies ain't a little person.
Yeah, pug wedgies, I think, are just physical like Squatch, right? I don't know anything about them until Swamp and Vault kind of started pulling me in.
Put wedgies.
They're very territorial of land. And let's say you've got 10 acres. They're very territorial. And they say that if you will take a designated area of that said land, don't touch it, they'll kind of stay in that area and not bring, catastrophe into your life. They'll kind of stay away.
The pug wedgies?
But pug wedgies will.
So they are like kind of a spiritual type thing, like the little people?
That's the way I have always been told about them, that it's more of they're entities, but it's not like flesh and blood. But that's just what I was told. But that's kind of like Bigfoot. You got people saying Bigfoot's this, Bigfoot's an alien, Bigfoot's an angel. I don't know. And I haven't asked one.
We put all these postulations on something that is there without even acknowledging what we can see, smell, hear. I mean, what use is there to go past what your eyes can see? We were so arrogant of a species. We just have to figure it out. You know what I mean?
All I can say is it's big, hairy, and if you piss it off, it'll pull your arms up to beat you.
Son of a bitch if you piss it off, man.
Yep.
D, I was gonna ask you a question.
Absolutely. You got to jump. You got to jump on the live stream after this one, brother. I got to talk to you.
Dude, I'm driving right now, so if I get home, I'd love to.
Oh, awesome. Outstanding, brother. I've been looking forward to it.
But I will tell you, I want to ask you this. You're from Oklahoma. And I shared this story with Vault and Lakea. You've got to know the story of Joshua LaFleur, right?
Oh, yeah. Josh LaFleur, Captain Josh LaFleur.
Yep.
They should make a movie about that whole incident.
I mean, we've got a county named after him.
Yeah, I mean, well, he's pretty hardcore.
For the dumb people in the room, what are y'all talking about?
Oh, okay. Fish, you want to take it? I mean,
go ahead, D.
All right. Captain Josh LaFleur was half Chickasaw, Choctaw, right?
Choctaw.
Yeah, he was
half Choctaw and half white. He was a captain of the I think it was just the captain of the army at the time. It was past the Civil War.
Yep.
And over there in the mountains, in the Comanche Mountains, the natives that lived around there, and even I think some of the townspeople, right, Fish?
I think so.
They were being plagued by Sasquatch activity, and they were running out in the fields and taking little girls. Little girls and little boys, just kids. Kidnapping them and taking them back to their place in the mountains. Yeah. Well, Captain LaFleur was, he's John Wayne. He wasn't having it. He's just he was bigger than mostly everybody. His whole family stood a foot taller, than most normally. I think he was like 6 foot something. Anyways, that's not important. Captain LaFleur got his little regiment together, plus some town folks, and organized them to go into the mountains. They ride into where they know these Squatch are. And that's why I call them the Janoskwa. They're described as being a little bit bigger and a little bit more carnal than what maybe I'm dealing with in southern Oklahoma and North Texas. But they saw that they came to this ridge line. He pulls out his telescope and he sees this line of rocks in front of the woods. And on these rocks are the bodies of all these kids they've been kidnapping. So, I mean, he loses it. He goes Stone Cold Steve Austin. He rides ahead of his regiment, and he's fighting these things one-on-one. And that lasted a little bit until they ripped his head off. And, I mean, it was a giant massacre is the only thing I can tell you about it. I don't know the specific details, and I don't want to do the story any kind of disservice. But it's amazing. Like, Josh LaFleur, just the courage he could have. You know what I mean? Because these things are described as being like 9-10 feet tall. And I think he actually did wound one. I mean, he was going through there with his sword and gun. He was trying, you know?
Yeah.
And he wounded one, but then a bigger one that they said was the leader came out and put a stop to it.
I think
Fish?
I think if I remember the story right, he, like you said, he rode in there, and I think he shot one in the chest with his pistol, and then the alpha would be my guess, like basically broke his horse's neck. He fell off. He drew his sword to fight the thing, and the thing ripped his head off.
Yeah, like it was nothing.
Yeah,
That's the story I heard too.
Okay. Very up to date.
Yeah, y'all be looking for that movie about Captain Josh LaFleur starring D. Doss.
Yeah, we're gonna write it. We're gonna write it and send it to Netflix. That way we can do
I don't
it.
have any encouragement to play a movie where I get my head ripped off. No, too many accidents have happened during movies where it may come true.
Oh, that's
true. I'm just joking around, but it's just the story of that. To me, that's like, I mean, this guy rallied all these people who were afraid to even go into the woods. He was like, no, we're going to handle this right now. And he was so incensed with anger at the sight of that he couldn't, I mean, you know, they had to follow him because he saw it and just took out straight after him. I mean, that right there is bravery.
Okay, people, I just wanted to try. I'm like, everybody in chat, I'm going to be throwing like stuff from left field, right field. This is going to come probably from 2 ballparks away for some of the stuff I'm going to be asking tonight. So just let you know. Okay, my question is, since we are talking about paranormal, do you guys, I am a big film buff if you can't tell by now. Do you guys honestly believe that some of these movie sets, this piggybacks off of Vault, are haunted? Because a lot of accidents happen, people die on movie sets.
Yep.
And some movies are more successful than others, even though we know some of the movies that are successful suck compared to the ones that don't make it and get the cult following or whatnot. Now,
Dude, there is, don't mean to cut you up, there's been actual ghosts picked up in when they were filming movies. Afterward, I'm talking about, you can Google this. I forgot a lot of their names, but I'm talking about there wouldn't a kid be on set, and all of a sudden in the background of them filming this, there several people. The movie may have been out for a year or whatever, and all of a sudden somebody picks up this little kid standing back there in you know, kind of in the frame of in a shot. Well, there's not a kid was on set that day. Nowhere around.
Because I was saying it because I was thinking about the movie The Crow.
Yep. Yeah. Well, that right there would be Brandon Lee. Bruce Lee died in making the I think it was called The Big Boss Man.
It was the last movie where he was in that little yellow suit.
The Game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the movie was actually called the original title was The Big Boss Man.
They released that one too. They released both of them actually.
Yeah. He dies through a fluke. Supposedly the gun was loaded with a blanket and somebody had put a live round in it.
No, are you talking about The Crow?
Yeah.
We're talking about his daddy first, and then it's ironic his son died in the same manner.
Well, no, Bruce Lee died after taking an aspirin. He never took any kind of medicine, and he smoked a joint or a marijuana cigarette and took an aspirin, and his brain swelled.
No, dude, Bruce Lee got shot in making
I promise you, I'll bet you $1,000.
Bald, I think you're really wrong. Brandon Lee is the one that got shot. They had fired the gun, and a metal tip had got left lodged in the gun. And then in the scene of the movie, when they went to shoot the blank, the tip actually come out with the blank and shot him, and he bled to death. It hit an artery.
Yeah, there's too much powder behind.
What it was
in the flash cap.
Yeah. What it was the guy that was over the props in the making of it. It was a .357 pistol. Instead of him taking a round and making a dummy round, what he did was he took an inertia puller, which is what you put a round in and you hit it against the table and it makes the lid come out and then all the powder and everything comes out. Then he decided it would be so it looked real in the movie. He put the round back in. He put the tip. Wow. He put the lid back in.
They say that the guy that pulled the trigger during the scene, that to this day he still feels, he still carries that with him and everything because he honestly didn't know.
Yeah, I thought the guy killed himself actually.
You know what? I've heard that, but I'm not sure. I just remember a couple years after that something was like, he was still very I don't want to say depressed, but
we should have brought this up last night because there's a whole big conspiracy about both the deaths.
Well, Bruce Lee, he really wasn't shot, and it was unusual because he never took any kind of medicine. He never got sick, but he smoked marijuana and he took an aspirin, and his brain swelled, and he had, I don't know about this part, but he may have an aneurysm or something. But he wasn't shot.
This is the way it could happen. Bruce does his own stunts. He could have easily hit his head during filming that day.
Sure.
Went home, had a headache, didn't think it was nothing, just took an aspirin.
And internal bleeding in the head or something.
Yeah, and that could have easily caught up with him. That's just a lot of as men, we don't want to go to the hospital anyways. So with him getting hit in the head, it probably was nothing new to him.
Who needs a damn hospital?
Yeah, I'm just saying. But I'm just reason why I was saying it because cause last night we was talking about the conspiracy theories of the music industry. And I'm like, when you move over to the film industry, I cannot say that that's not the same thing because it's like I said, it's a lot of movies that suck that become very successful, and a lot of movies that are real great movies that gets no attention whatsoever. People pan it and critic. I don't understand why people listen to critics nowadays, but I'm just.
Well, I mean,
a lot of movies the critics say suck. Me and LaKay wind up liking them.
Yeah, that's usually the case because they give you their opinion. And, I should have brought this up last night. I didn't think about it until after the fact. I had a conspiracy theory that I made up about the whole Batman versus Superman thing. That movie was being panned as it was being made.
That movie was great. I don't care what
it was outstanding.
Especially when you get the extra 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's just that much more. Well, what I'm saying is like Disney could own its own country. If I was a critic and some guy came with a whole bunch of money and said, hey, I think that you may not like that movie as much as this next one coming out by our studio. And they dropped it at my feet when I'm, living hand to mouth as a struggling writer. I'd say, you know what, maybe you're right. I mean, that's just the way it works. Sadly enough, that's not me making up anything. It's been proven. But this isn't conspiracy theory night. I wish I would have thought about that last night.
We're gonna have a conspiracy theory tonight. Because there's a lot of stuff that I'd like to bring up that get brought up last night. We kind of went left.
Between you and Doc last night, Jesus.
Well, that was LaKay's baby, and it kind of got stomped on a little bit last night. So we're gonna do it again.
I mean,
and LaKay and I are gonna have our own special show in the future because I felt bad. I hope I didn't contribute to that in any way.
You was in and out a lot last night, kind of like myself, because I was working last night.
And usually I'm in there like swimwear. I'm jumping back and forth between conversations. I love it. Yeah. But I was really working on this video. Oh, and a matter of fact, it's out. I finished it.
LaKay wanted to know if she could put a link to that. I almost forgot to ask. She wanted to know if she could put a link out to your video in the chat.
Because I didn't know if this one. I didn't know if the video was staying up or not.
Yeah. Actually, I used new music, and I think it worked out better than what it was going to be before. So absolutely.
All right.
Hey guys, I'm going to cut out here. My battery, my phone's about to die. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, Fish.
All right, brother.
Man.
All right, Fish. Don't be a stranger.
D, I will get with you. I will email you, bro.
Tonight it's me and you, man.
If I can get home in time, we'll do it.
Outstanding. Hey, I'm up all night.
I'm glad you can be.
I hear you there, man.
Take care, guys.
That's the Oklahoma vampire blood.
Yeah. But it's just a lot of it. Might I tell you the truth about that live stream last night? The topic is so broad in spectrum, and it's so many ways that a simple conversation from that can just go. it makes great come because I seen that video. Cause when I look back at it today, I looked back at it. I think it was probably like 1 o'clock, probably like 4. No, it was about like 10 o'clock this morning when I looked at it, and it had like 400 views. About 2 o'clock, it had like 9. I was like, wow,
It's over 1,000 now.
yeah. I kind of tell the way it was going but yeah, that was some good stuff. It was on before we had to end it when we was on serial killers and stuff. That was real good.
Well, you know, talking about ghosts and the paranormal, you know, John Wayne Gacy's house is supposed to be haunted now.
How could it not be? I mean, 30 bodies under the floorboard.
Well, it's supposedly haunted by him. They say that the prison where Dahmer was killed in, you can hear the prisoners complain at nights about hearing. They keep thinking somebody's being thrown over the edge, like he was thrown over the edge, and screaming until it hits the floor.
Yeah. What did they do to the guy that killed him?
As far as I know, they gave him like they took away his good behavior, and that was about it.
Wow. I was wondering what they did to him. It was a black dude that did it. Was it?
Yeah, his name is Jesus. No, really, like, I think that was his legal name, or maybe what they call him. But I don't remember that part of it.
I don't remember the guy's name that killed him, but like I said, as far as I remember, only thing they did to him was take his good time that he had earned away from him. And that was it.
Yeah, it was. Ooh. But it goes to wonder, like, where these serial killers die. Do they go down under, or do they just stay roaming? Because
it depends.
Because it's hard to say. To me, one reason I'm like, I by no means condone what they do, but at the same time, I have to sit back and look at it that there are people out here with psychological disorders, and you have people who just don't know how to handle them, and the murder spree that they're on, the way they're murdering people, how they go about murdering people, it goes to think like where their minds set up at, like their reality versus our reality.
Well,
in that same vein, I have a question that all three of y'all would probably know. H.H. Holmes,
the first serial killer ever.
Yep.
That hotel that he had, they say I think there was another one erected right there, right?
I do believe you're right.
And you and Lakaya may know the name of it, but I heard that place is super haunted. H.H. Holmes he was a smart guy. He was a smart businessman. I don't think he was really malicious because he took their bodies and he sold them for profit. But he was so malicious in the killing part of it. Like,
but
very
see, I think
interesting, crazy character.
I think that was the whole thing. I don't think he should be determined as a serial killer, because what he was doing was profiting, because he picked out people, killed them in a manner at the time their bodies could be used for scientific study, and was selling them. Kind
of like Frankenstein.
Kind of, sort of.
Well, yeah, I agree with Vault 100%. He's a murderer. There was no MO. I mean, there was no like victim. What do you call it? Like a profile that he was going after. Yeah, the modus operandi. Thank you. He was tricking them into going to rooms where doors opened up into slides. When they stepped in, it would slide you into the furnace, or you'd go down 4 stories and break your neck or something like that. Like, or he'd imbue you in a wall.
Lakaya, wasn't that where they got the idea to make the movie Sweeney Todd from?
Sweeney Todd was actually a musical, I think, from back in England.
Yeah, but wasn't that where they got the idea for that at?
Vault, I'm not even listening. I'm sorry.
H.H. Holmes. Did they get the idea for Sweeney Todd from H.H. Holmes?
No offense, but I kind of tuned out. I was actually a book fell off my desk, and it was opened up to this page, the stone thrower, and it was talking about an entity, how this guy woke up at 1 o'clock in the morning and something was throwing these little black stones through his roof. and it was landing on his floor, and I was trying to see if it was like spirit or
Brutal.
Squatch.
I've never heard that. See, she's got all kind of weird shit back there with her.
That's a
Hold
good
on, I'm
reason
gonna
not to pay
type
attention.
the title of it in the chat because I'm gonna like totally butcher the name.
Raspberry says Holmes got off on torturing his victims, and he very well may could. My whole thing is he wasn't just doing it and burying the body someplace. Like he took them and sold them to universities for profit.
Yep.
That to me doesn't make him some sort of a sick serial killer. That makes him a sick murderer, but more so a profiteer.
Exactly, a sick profiteer because he profited in murder and in selling it. His whole motive was, how can I get a person in here and how can I kill them in a way that I can still sell their body? It wasn't in, like I said, he didn't care who it was. Most serial killers have a certain set modus
operandi.
Yeah, that's it.
The thing that they look for in a victim, like say their mother had brown hair, blue eyes, and they have some sort of crazy mental hold up on that. You look at the victims in there. I mean, there's the one guy, handsome, smart, but he was a sick serial killer.
Ted Bundy.
Yep.
Ted Bundy.
Yep.
He had a certain victim that he was looking for.
And if it didn't fit that profile,
yeah,
he wouldn't fool with them because he had plenty of opportunity to kill other victims and didn't take it because it didn't fit his profile.
absolutely. H.H. Holmes, whether you black, white, or polka dot, if you're going to that motel, you're walking into a maze of terror. I mean, you could go in a room.
It was set up to kill you, and you could bet after he killed you, you were going to wind up on somebody's cutting table. He didn't cut the bodies up. He killed them, then sold him to science, and they cut them up.
Oh.
Hey, Vault, did you scroll up and see the name thing that I put in the chat?
Oh, so you want me to butcher it?
Authentic.
No, it's like Grottendick. It's the guy's last name, I think.
Grottendick.
Yeah, stone thrower or something. That's what it.
German almost.
Man, there ain't no way in hell I can pronounce that.
Rottendijk stone thrower?
Grossendijk.
I say it sounds German. Grottendick.
Let me see if it says where.
I've never heard of that though. Where the hell did you?
On the island of Sumatra. Formerly part of the Dutch East Indies, now part of Indonesia.
That's why it's Dutch.
But anyway, like I said, it caught my eye when I caught the sentence, stones flying through the roof and such. And I was like, hold on. So I kind of tuned y'all out. I'm sorry. That is my fault.
I had a little surprise, but I'm going to tell you ahead of time. It's unrelated. But I talked to Vaultkeeper and Lakeia last night, and she was a little disappointed in how things went. So I made her a special video package that I'm going to send her within the next few days. She's going to throw up on her channel.
Yay.
Absol.
Hey, she's got one. She'll sick on you.
Team Absol.
I don't want any trouble.
No, I was talking about Papa. He keeps talking about Absol. She's got one. I bought her one.
She's actually asleep.
First rule of Team Absol: we do not talk about Absol. I've just been saying Team Absol. I just dry snitched on myself.
You ain't got no damn. I ain't never doing nothing I ain't supposed to with Papa because he's gonna tell on you. I can tell it already.
Hey, Vault, I just had an idea.
I ain't gonna tell nobody.
You know how like once I get my channel up and going, I was gonna do different series on different things. Basically, a lot of stuff people have requested for me to do, like herbs, crystals, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm known as Lakeia the librarian anyway. I ought to start doing book reviews on all the books I have.
Oh shit! That she's got 10 years worth of fucking damn reviews in.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I was sitting here thinking,
the open book club in the cemetery.
Hey, I'm gonna tell off on Lakeia. She's gonna get mad at me. She's the only person I know of. Now these bookshelves are about 12 foot tall. They got a little ladder that goes on the side of them that you can go up. The only thing is she ain't going but 2 steps up.
That's it.
She's got one of them little. She got one of them little reacher things that you can, squeeze the handle. Well, some of her books broke the handle because they're that damn big. So now I have to go in and get the book that she wants. I hate that. Why did we put the ladder up there for you to climb up there if you don't want to climb up there? I'm gonna get her a little elevator.
Well, yeah.
Gremlins comes to mind. I don't know why.
But look, to piggyback off that Lakea the librarian, the library, it's kind of like when it's like it goes back to what you said. You're not trying to be stuck in like one genre of things to do. It's like you have a library of information to share and a library of content. So you go to the library and you check out what content you want to check out.
There you go. And that's kind of what helped me come to the conclusion of that video, because I was making one for all the narrators that I thought were going to be involved. And I said, you know what? I'm going to do something for Lakea. And I pulled out your little section because I went and got movie clips of every last avatar that everyone uses. You know what I mean? Like the Vault Keeper, I found something in the movie that looked like the Vault Keeper. I put it to some awesome music. Lakea the librarian.
I didn't do it.
You know what? I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something special here. So 2 days.
Whenever I think of it, when I first heard the name Lakea, I automatically thought of Rachel Wise in The Mummy when she was the librarian that knocked over all the library shelves in the movie.
What came to mind is the Ghostbusters, that first one. Remember when they went to the library and like it was the pretty ghost like shushing them because they were talking too loud, and then she went nuts?
The Frighteners. Oh my god.
The Frighteners, love that movie.
That's funny.
Well, Vault coined the term for me, Lakea the librarian, because he used to say that I walk around like I have like useless knowledge like an encyclopedia.
No such thing.
Because I will tell him the randomest stuff. He'll be like eating a peppermint, and I'll be like, if you drink peppermint tea, that can help with tummy issues. And he'll just look at me like, and
I didn't say nothing about my stomach bothering me. I don't think I got gas. So,
as long as you put that good bacteria back, you're good.
But look, I tell y'all what, if you want a day that you ain't got nothing to do, that you want it to be interesting, carry Lakea to Barnes Nobles or Books A Million or whatever. When she can tell the people that work there where the books are better than they can.
I'm going to be honest. I made a trip out to Texas about 3 or 4 years ago. And I spent my whole trip, no lie, in the half-price bookstore.
I can't. I feel you, because I cannot. I cannot go to Barnes and Noble because I see a book I want and I flip the book over and see that price. Y'all can keep this. I want $40, $80.
The sad thing is the resellability of books is completely ridiculous. You can go on Amazon and find a $30 book for $3.
Yeah, you got to just search for them. But sometimes I don't trust some of them vendors because they take forever to send your stuff out. Anytime I like,
and I know, everybody's like, well, go paperless, do the paperless thing though. My thing is, I love used books. I really do. I absolutely adore used books. There's something about them that somebody's already had, whether they enjoyed the book or not. I love used books.
If y'all think I was just gonna interject one thing. I mean, cut you
go ahead.
If you think used books ain't worth nothing, find the first Bible ever printed. It's worth $25 million.
That's
Bible ever.
Kaya's got a bunch of them that smell like pot.
No, no.
It is not pot. They smell like nag chamba and patchouli. There's
like
difference.
It smells like pot to me.
No.
Sativa. She got one of the Sativa Scram books.
All I can tell you is it smells like pot. I don't care.
That is pot.
It's patchouli that the one you're talking. I know exactly what book you're talking about, Vault, and that smells like patchouli leaves.
I told her if we get pulled over and the cop sticks his head in here, he's going to swear I got a pound of dope in here somewhere in the damn. He's going to call out every dog in the county over here, and they're going to all fucking hit on my damn vehicle.
Well, if they can't tell the difference between patchouli and pot, they ain't been smoking the right stuff. I hate to tell them.
It
That's
smells
exactly
like
yeah. Anyway.
no. This stuff. This damn book smells just like stinkweed pot.
No, it does not.
Yeah, it does too.
I think your senses are off.
Look here, book room smell like devil's cut and kush.
I
Hey y'all,
plead the fifth.
I'm gonna jump over to the Bigfoot Dogman Research Project and see if Fish will come talk to me a little bit. When
Okay.
y'all are done, y'all are more than welcome, of course, to come on by.
Okay, come on, go ahead, man. You'll probably see us.
No, I know I will. But thank y'all for the invite. It's a pleasure as always. I hope what few ghost stories I have, since I try to avoid that kind of stuff, were, interesting.
It's fine. Like I said, we're delving in what this is more Lakea's room. She deals with the ghosts and the goblins and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, it's all that big spider web. They're all connected. So I know.
No, it better not be no damn spider webs in here.
Yeah, you're like me. I'd fight a squatch before I mess with the spider.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Thank everybody in the chat.
All right,
when,
man.
when y'all are done, y'all are more than welcome to come by.
All right, brother.
And we'll see y'all soon.
All right.
See you later, D.
See you later,
Yes, sir.
D.
Bye,
Okay.
Lakea. See you, Papa.
All right.
Saying, Papa.
13 ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
Anything about that true?
I'll be right back, y'all.
Coffee.
Okay. I don't know, but I like the movie.
That's why I was wondering.
I don't, you know what? I don't know because I've never actually looked into it, but I did watch the movie. It did scare the crap out of me though.
Oh yeah, it scared me.
And
too.
not a lot of movies scare me, honestly, but that one did.
Oh yes.
And the movie, I don't remember what it's called, but it's the one about the kids that lose their baby teeth.
Darkness Falls.
That one too.
That one. Some of this stuff. I just can't believe somebody just sat at home and just decided, oh, I'm gonna write a book on this. I'm gonna write a book on this. These tales derive from somewhere. They have to.
Yeah, like I said though, excuse me, like I said though, 13 Ghosts and Darkness Falls, those two movies, they literally gave me nightmares for a week. Which I do have bad nightmares anyway. I've always had nightmares ever since I can remember. But those two movies, and I won't watch them a second time.
The movie that scared me the most is Rose Red.
I love Rose Red.
That scared me the most. I just, it's something about that movie that just creeps me out.
I don't know. Rose Red, it's one of those movies I could sit and watch over and over and over and over and over.
You watch it twice in a day, the day gone.
Lakea, do you have any reason why the heater in my office sounds like a fucking jet engine taking off? You wasn't in here messing around? That's what I thought. Yeah, I don't care, man. It'd be 80 degrees outside. She got a damn one of them, them snuggle blankie things. She carries one with her everywhere.
Snuggie.
Yeah.
Oh, for the people in chat, because I'm seeing them write something. Oh yeah, for all my James Wayne people who love his movies, Saw Legacy will be coming out in October.
What?
Saw Legacy.
Oh, I cannot watch those movies.
They bore me. I watched the first one and it was more like a damn comedy or something.
I cannot tolerate Saw or Final Destination.
See, I like Final Destination because I believe in that. If you're marked for death, death will come. Death will eventually catch up with you.
Oh yeah, you can't outrun it. And I like it for the first two movies.
No, that's about me. About first two. After that,
it just started. They're just trying to make money then, because the first one was real good. I think the guy that played in the first one, I think he was tormented in some way too, because he did a lot of freaky movies. Devin Sawa, I think he did a lot of freaky movies growing up.
The only two horror movies that I can think of, horror genres or whatever you want to call them, that most of the multiples did pretty good was Friday the 13th and Nightmare on Elm Street. Now, when they got up to like Jason in outer space and all that bullshit. That was not.
This is what people don't get about Nightmare. Well, not Nightmare on Elm Street. Friday the 13th. Because this is during your time, not my time. I just did research on it. When like the build up to Friday the 13th was this is the scariest horror movie ever made, and there was no movie. There was no movie made yet. And when they finally made it, they had you going through this whole movie not knowing who the killer was. Because again, if you're not a real Friday the 13th person, you won't even know who the original killer was.
His mother.
Yeah, you won't know who the original killer was. You'll think Friday.
This is how old I am. I seen that in the theater.
Oh yeah, that's when they was just showing one movie at a time. You couldn't go to it. Wasn't multiplexes back then.
This was still
Mario. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. That was still during the drive-in era.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Mario in chat mentioned this before I could, but I was gonna mention this next. Candyman.
Oh, I like Candyman. The first one was the best.
My favorite one is the one where it goes back and actually tells the story of him and the woman.
Farewell. That was Farewell to the Flesh, I think.
That is my absolute favorite one.
Yep.
That was the second one when he went back and told the story of Candyman and the guy who played him. Matter of fact, he played in Final Destination. He was the voice. He was the voice.
I tell y'all one that I got Laquelle with. At first she's like, this is gonna be stupid. And I got her hooked with it. Sleepaway Camp.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that one's twisted.
A few movies when I was younger that was scary because it was like the teen bopper horror slasher film, like in the early
TNA.
2000s. Yeah, like Scream. I Know What You Did Last Summer. Those movies, that was my childhood. And some of it in House on Haunted Hill, the Hunting.
The original House on Haunted Hill is a lot better than the remake.
Yeah, because they had Vincent Price in it.
Now,
Absolutely.
I tell you one movie that they say the remake's a lot better. The Woods. I didn't like it. Didn't like the old one or the new one.
I haven't seen it. The first Jeepers Creepers was good too, Raven.
Oh yeah.
What did y'all think about a lot of? I know I was gonna bring up cult classics, but what about Donnie Darko?
Freaky
I don't
movie.
think I've seen that one.
And they're talking about reviving it.
And see, a lot of Donnie Darko, it has a what I call a cult classic following to it as well. But for me, I just sat there and was like, huh? I mean, I got the gist of the movie and everything like that, but
I have no idea.
I don't know.
I've never seen it, so I don't know what you're talking about.
To me, I was just like, is that it? Am I
like,
missing something?
Not all Stephen King movies are good. His books are great, but not all his movies. I like my favorite Stephen King movie is Thinner.
Mm-hmm.
That was my favorite one because I watched it so much growing up.
I don't like clowns, but my favorite one of him is It.
Yeah, I'm ready for the remake to come out to see how that's gonna be.
There's a book by Stephen King. I cannot remember the name, but I know it's him.
Lightning?
It was set. No, this one has to do with this guy. He's in a house. He ends up seeing this. I don't want to say it's an apparition because it's been so long since I read it. I can't really remember that much about it. But the guy ends up. It tells how to basically commit suicide in the book. And I can remember that was my first time ever actually hearing what suicide was by reading that book.
Okay, I don't know. He got a lot of books.
I cannot remember the name of it though, but I know it was a guy. He went to a house. I think he was like a writer in the book as well. And then it would jump back like years, behind in the book to, this lady. And I remember it was like by a creek. I know I'm being very vague and I'm sorry for that, but for the life of me, I cannot remember what it's called.
Do y'all remember the name of the hotel he stayed in when he wrote The Shining? And then they turned around and came back and made the movie there.
I don't remember the hotel name.
The hotel is actually haunted.
Johnny. Here's Johnny.
And say I hate that movie.
It's so hard to pick a horror movie because some people think horror is just gore. That's not a horror movie because it's like they try to
slasher movie.
Like Hostel. Hostel. They try to pay it as a scary movie. It's not. It's a gory movie. It's not scary. Scary movies, like in my opinion, it's like The Conjuring, the first one.
You want a scary movie? Let me tell you what, a movie that to me that should be in a scary classic. I mean, a scary genre is that Disney movie, the Ice Princess or whatever the hell it's called.
Frozen.
Yeah, Frozen. I hate it. I hate musicals.
You don't like no Disney movies, then?
No.
Well, no Disney kid movies, because Disney's branched off into other stuff. Yeah,
I'm talking about why the hell do you sitting there watching it and they got to break out into a song? What the hell? I didn't want to watch the musical.
Split is good. Split. That kind of
there's an old movie. I don't know if you've seen it or not. It's called a horror movie. It's called Scarecrow.
Scarecrows scare me, anyways. I don't like scarecrows because.
Come on now, Papa. You know they have their own souls too.
Jeepers Creepers kind of ruin scarecrows for me.
I loved that movie. Lakea watched it through her fingers.
Hey,
I was actually, I had actually, me, Vault, and one of my best friends was with me, and her friend. We were supposed to actually be on a research outing, I guess you could say, but we were kind of taking a break. And we all said, well, we all got in the motel room and just watched the movie. It just come out. And I was actually getting cornrows put in my head. And was sitting there, literally, I had my hands over my eyes watching the movie through my fingers.
And that girl had her cornrows all jacked up because she kept jumping and jerking. And that was the crookedest corn. That was a junk farmer at Planet Empire.
The scariest character in the original Jeepers Creepers was not the creeper. It was the lady who had the visions when she bust into the store.
The black lady.
Yeah, that was the scariest character to me because every time, even me talking about it, I'm getting chills. But when I first seen the movie and she bust into the store, Derry, and she just started talking, I was like,
yeah, can you hear it? It's the last song you ever hear.
Yeah, that what makes that movie real scary. And one movie that kind of scares me because I know it's real, that wasn't her name, was The Exorcism of Emily Rose.
I seen that one.
That one is actually is scary thinking about it because it was like, okay, because at first it wasn't scary because I thought, okay, it's just a story, and then I found out it was based on a true story. Then I started reading the true story. Then I heard the audio from the true story. Then I was like, then when I went back and watched it again, it started all to make sense.
Well, that's like, the movie, what is the one with the little girl sitting in front of the TV with a static?
Poltergeist.
Yeah, Poltergeist.
Oh.
That little girl died right after making that movie. And then they kept saying on the set and all that stuff, the TV and stuff, you could hear her voice.
Oh, okay. I never knew that. My brothers tried to get me to watch the original Poltergeist. I never watched it.
The little girl that's sitting in front of the TV and, Mommy, can you hear him? She dies right after making that.
Wow.
What do y'all think about movies such as like The Ring, like the Raven's quote says?
I think somebody needs to have their ass kicked for making that stupid shit.
It's not. It's the thing is what they're trying to do when they bring movies like that up, kind of like what's the other movie, The Grudge? Those are Chinese. Those are Chinese, Japanese. Those are foreign horror movies being
made horror.
I like the storyline, the plots behind it, and everything. I love that. But my thing is the movement in them creeps me out.
Yeah, because it's too real.
Yeah, because it's like because think about it. I'll put it this way: two movies came out at the same time, almost had the same plot. But it was different. One was on the TV, another was on the computer. The first one was Fear.com. The other one was Rings. Was The Ring. And when I looked at both of the movies, I was like, they're the same. It's the same thing. You have to find the body within 7 days. Like, really? Y'all did this twice.
Jamie in chat said people died while filming The Omen as well.
I didn't know that.
Which one? The remake or the regular one? because it was two, and you know, in the third one, and what it was it was a third one, and the third outing of it was a TV show on A&E when they was talking about how when Damien grew up, it goes from that part forward, like telling like him having to deal with the fact he has powers and stuff like that. There's no problem.
That's like movies. I tell you one that it was freaky as hell. Well, it was funny and freaky as hell. I don't know if any of y'all have ever watched the movie The Legend of Boggy Creek. My cousin that I went on Wesley's show and talked about that was with me when we had when I had my first Bigfoot encounter.
Mm-hmm.
This is not too long after I met Lakeia. He was over, and I put that in just because somebody had told me to go watch it. I'd actually never watched it. And as soon as that movie come in and that thing hollered for the first time, what did he do, Lakeia? He left.
Mm-hmm. Jamie said the original one.
Okay.
The original version of that.
All right.
Have you ever watched that, The Legend of Boggy Creek?
No, I ain't never seen that one. I probably checked it out.
Yeah, the when it comes on, this thing starts screaming in the background. That thing sounds that's so close to what one pissed off sounds like. Like I said, my cousin heard that was with me when I was a kid, and he won't go into the woods to this day.
Oh, you talking when y'all had the shotguns?
Yeah.
It's one of those movies, Papa, that if you're in this type of field or genre of work and research, then it's one of those movies you have to see it at least once.
That's the movie that's based off of the Falk monster from Falk, Arkansas.
Okay.
Texarkana.
Yeah.
Like I said, as soon as he heard that, and he was like, "What's that?" Okay, he thought I didn't want to get some kind of recording or something. I said, "It's a movie that I was told to watch. It was, you know, they thought I would like it." He's like, "Well, he just all of a sudden he was actually going to be there that night. He was going to stay, and he decided all of a sudden he had to be somewhere else."
Mm.
That's how bad. Oh, like I said, he won't go in the woods to this day.
Oh no, I ain't never seen it. I gotta check that one out just to see what the hype is about. Because somebody's talking about Amityville.
Yeah, I was just listening to bring that up as well. What do you think about the whole Amityville thing?
I think Poltergeist. It's just I think what, like, all that tragedy that happened there. No telling what happened there before the people
you know what actually started that, right?
Yeah,
a Ouija board.
Yeah, but I think what Paul was trying to say is he thinks that the murders that were committed in the house led to, and from the guy himself, led to the poltergeist activity in the house, leading up to the people, you know, making claims to the Warrens about Amityville, et cetera, et cetera.
I always had a problem with the actual murders that happened there that started all the things, because anybody that's ever been around a rifle going off, if you fire one off in a house, everybody in the house is going to wake up, right?
Yeah.
See, there's a lot of, but see, here's my thing with that. There are a lot of stories to where, you know, somebody has unfortunately murdered an entire family of up to, I think it was 12 people in one house. How did not everyone wake up after the first shot?
I don't understand that, because look, in one room where he shot the two kids in the Amityville, or the actual murders where he shot the two kids, they were in the same room. They were less than 10 feet apart. One was in one bed, one was in another. He took aim, shot one, then took aim and shot two. They were both still in the same position when they got shot.
You breaking, you cracking.
I'm sorry. I said the whole thing about that, like I was talking about, the two kids that he shot, they were in the same room, less than 10 feet apart. One was in one bed, one was in the other bed. He supposedly took careful aim, shot one, and then this is a lever action gun. He manipulated the action on the gun, put another round in it, took aim, and shot the other one. Both of these kids were in this. Everybody was in the sleeping position at the time they were shot, and that's the same position they were in when they were found.
Yeah, Timberland. We was talking about that last night. Town of Dread at Sundown. We was talking about that last night.
Yeah. That's another good horror movie.
It's a lot of great movies in that horror genre, but it just my thing is I almost hate seeing certain movies like that, because it's like they're profiting off somebody else's pain.
Yep.
And it's not cool because it's like now these people have to constantly relive this horrible experience they had over and over and over and over again, and that's kind of crazy. And you never know what manifests from these films. Like I said, when you're like I said last night, neurocinematics is very real because you have scientists that actually study your brain patterns while you're watching the movie to see and studies show that you experience the emotions of in the movie. And I'm like, honestly, you don't need a scientist to do that. If you go see a good movie at the movies and watch you see somebody string something out, you don't even have to get no scientific experiment. You just go sit in one of the good movies or a real scary movie. Because I've been in scary movies like Final Destination 2. When it came out, I was there opening night when it came out, and it was so many people running in and out of the movies, because it was just getting so terrible, especially during the first part when it was on the highway, when that log fell off the truck and it went through and took the cop head off. People were just running in and out, or like when the gate exploded and it went through dude, and the barbed wire went through dude's body, his hand fell off, and then his gut started falling out. People was running in and out the movies.
I tell you,
I see.
Go ahead. Okay.
I see the Ravens close. He mentioned Ginger Snaps. I love that movie.
I like all of them.
What about Wrong Turn?
Wrong Turn.
It reminded me. I liked it, but it reminded me of another movie. I just can't remember what it was.
I tell you, an old cult classic that made people scared to go in the water was the original Jaws.
Somebody put that up there earlier. It sure was.
Yep. And in that movie, that's a good example of cinematics playing tricks on you. They took they made that boat that's in there. They made that boat, but they made it actually smaller than what it was supposed to be, so it would look more terrifying.
Yep.
But I know people for a long time were scared to go in the water. I'm talking about it don't make a difference if it was a river or whatever. They were scared to go in the water.
The original Nightmare on Elm Street. The original one.
Yeah, it was pretty scary, but to me the third one was the scariest.
Oh, I'm glad you didn't say the second one.
No,
the second one was a Suspect, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it was more comical. That's like some of these horror movies are just comical as hell to me. Yeah, I know one of Lakea's favorite movies, and I can tell you the quote from the movie that she loves. I don't know if any of y'all seen what's the one when Johnny Depp plays the Shadow, not Shadow. I mean Aaron.
He played the author.
No, he was the. It's actually a comedy. It's
was it the vampire? He played a vampire.
Yeah,
Dark Shadow, something like that.
Yeah, what is
Interview with a Vampire?
No, it's it just come out too long. It used to be an old TV series, and they turned it into a movie.
You talk about 22 Jump Street?
It's a comedy, scary movie. It's what is the name of that freaking movie?
Dark.
What is the name of the? Yeah, Dark Shadows. That's it. Lakea's favorite part of that movie is they tried stoning me. It did not work.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Some Johnny Depp got to be one of the most boldest actors that out there, because some of the
It's
movies
Dark Shadows' fault.
Yeah, Dark Shadows.
I said that a while ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm like, he don't get a lot of credit either. M. Night Shyamalan, he don't get a lot of credit for some of the movies he do. Don't get me wrong.
I love his hidden meanings and hidden symbolisms in his movies.
I hate the village.
Oh, come on now. You didn't notice all the red symbolism in it?
Yeah, I did, but I was a kid when I watched it. Think about when it came out. And it was like so much hype around it. When I went to Blockbuster, that's how you could tell it was old. When I went to Blockbuster and rented the movie, I was mad because I was like, this was it? You mean
10 minutes into the movie, I figured it out. I that's not one of my favorites either.
No, actually, Vamp, his new movie is the best. Split.
And I have not seen it yet.
What is that?
The best. Split. It's this man who I think he got 14 personalities inside of him. he played Professor X in the he played the young Professor X in the X-Men movies.
Oh man, I'm an X-Men fanatic. I can't. Have you seen the trailer for the new X-Men movie where I'm believing it's going to be Wolverine's child?
You talking about Logan?
Yep.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
It ain't came out yet. It's R-rated.
But I think that's going to wind up being his little girl.
Probably is.
Well, she's got all the same abilities as him.
Yeah, but you know, she has adamantium claws, so Wolverine wasn't born with adamantium claws.
No, but who's to say whenever they had him, you know, they used some of his DNA to clone a child like him, and then they did the same experiment on her that they did on him.
Yeah, probably so.
I can't wait till that comes out. Now I'm a big X-Men. I love to see that. When I was a kid, that was the X-Men cartoons and the comics. See, comics were still big when I was a kid.
Tell you the one I hated the most of the new X-Men series. It was the long one. I think it was X2.
Yeah, that's stupid.
That long movie for no reason. And only thing I don't like about the new X-Men movies, they do not do Rogue no justice. Rogue is way better than that, than the way they portray her in the movies. Way better. Way better than that.
Well, they don't even tell in the Rogue. They don't even tell in the movie. So far, I haven't seen where Rogue actually gets most of her powers from.
Jubilee?
Yeah, no, Rogue. Not Jubilee.
To my her ability to fly and stuff like that.
Yep.
They don't take it. They actually don't understand how Rogue is one of the most powerful mutants that they have, but because they downplay her so much, they basically say Jean Grey is what she is in her own right when she's Phoenix. So that was kind of crazy to me. So.
But what do you think about the Jason movie, the Friday the 13th movies?
Which one?
Well, any of them. Well, from the start, like I said, you hinted on it earlier. Like I said, the original killer in Friday the 13th was the mother. And then in the second one is where Jason came. And
he had a bag on his face.
Yep, the toe sack. And then the third one, he still had the toe sack. And the fourth one is where he got this hockey mask.
Yeah. Only thing I didn't like about Jason was overkill.
But that was what made it so
like
fun
overkill, like especially the last two.
Jason
goes to hell.
Yeah,
Jason goes to hell. And
when they started fixing where the when they had Jason in outer space and all that, but that to me that they should have ended it at the last one. Number 6 actually should have been the last one.
The reason why they did that, they was trying to bring Jason into it because gotta think the time he came out was like 2001, 2002 when Jason X dropped, and it was big. Britney Spears, NSYNC, even Evanescence had hits.
Don't even get me on the damn NSYNCs and
I'm just putting the sign of the times. The sign of the times was about that rock kind of lifestyle, and and don't get me wrong, I like the suit he was in at the end when the nanomites got to him.
Mm-hmm.
That was cool though, but other than that, it was just I think Freddy versus Jason could have been better.
Yeah,
it could have been better. I think
my whole thing is his theme. He was the only car guy that had theme music. And most people don't realize that
it wasn't it wasn't even music.
It was
just.
I love that. Okay, hates it, but I love it.
Yeah, that.
Keep on.
Hey, that was
another one I got Lakay to watch is Michael Myers. I love the Halloween movies.
Now that wasn't overkill, except for
I like the what was it, Halloween H2O or something. That's my favorite one.
Resurrection was dumb when they try to bring the internet to Jason. When they had him like it was like a live stream of them being inside his house. I didn't like that one.
Man, I said 6 should have been the last Friday the 13th actually, that they did. But like I said, so far that's the one thing they did with the Halloween Michael Myers movies is they've kept it so original and to the point where he's just this killing machine for some reason that won't die.
H2 sucked, but the
No,
original one,
H2O.
no, I'm talking about H2, the Rob Zombie remakes.
Oh,
The first one was great. But the second one he could have kept because I think he was just trying to get his wife famous.
now I like Rob Zombie's The Family. That was a freaking screwed up freaking movie.
To my House of a Thousand Corpses, like them.
No, The Family.
I gotta check that one out too.
Until
right.
I'm at Vault, I'd never seen a Halloween movie, a Freddy Krueger movie, a Jason movie. However, I grew up watching like Hellraiser.
Yeah, that was good too.
The first, I think it was the first one when the woman was feeding the man people.
Yep.
Yeah.
Y'all think, like I said, maybe most people think I'm crazy. Lakea thinks I'm crazy. See, I put stuff like that on. That's what I go to sleep to.
I'm Big Joe Grizzly.
The Devil's Rejects. I was trying to remember the name.
That is one of my absolute favorite movies besides oh shoot, Natural Born Killers.
Yep.
The movie I think Rob Zombie do not get a lot of credit for is The Lords of Salem.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen it.
If you haven't seen it, you need to watch it. It is, especially if you do anything paranormal occult. If you watch The Lords of Salem, I had been waiting for that movie to come out for about like 5 years before it finally came out.
How do y'all like it? And see, Lakea is guilty of this one now. We went from paranormal to doing movie reviews.
No, y'all got off subject again. So I just quit trying to bring y'all back right from the left side. I just let y'all go all left.
But hey, we're talking about horror and paranormal movies. Does that count?
Works for me.
Okay.
My question, I'm like, is it working?
Yeah.
It is very late. I'm to the point. I don't care.
Well, everybody seems to like it in the chat from what I see. But I'm a horror I love it. To me, like I said, I don't like comedies, romantic stuff like that. No, just give me a good horror.
Oh, come on now, Vol. You gonna go watch 50 Shades of whatever?
No. Okay, I'm gonna say this to you. The first one probably was tough, but the second one looked like it's gonna be the bomb though.
What, the 50 Shades?
Yeah, the new one, 50.
I'm sorry, but the book, and I am totally guilty. I read every single book.
You know where it came
They
from,
do
right?
not portray the lifestyle correctly, and that sucks.
Yeah.
Because it is a lifestyle.
You do know where 50 Shades of Grey came from, right?
Yes.
Where it come from?
It is fan fiction based off Twilight.
Yes, what I'm talking about. Finally, somebody else who knows that.
Yes.
A lot of people do not know that.
However, they try to mix it with BDSM, and I have a problem with that because the lifestyle in that culture is not portrayed correctly.
Yeah, it's not. It's just like a rich person that just want to whoop somebody, spank somebody or something.
No, they don't understand. I mean, a lot of people, they see what I call the turn-on aspects of it, but they don't understand it's a total change in exchange of power.
Yes, it's about submission.
Submission.
Come on, Papa, you don't want to be spanked?
Huh? What you say?
I said you don't want to be spanked, Papa?
No. And Raspberries, I think Twilight, I think the movies in between the first one and the last one sucked. Especially the second one.
Come on now, vampires glitter.
I'm guilty of that too. I have a confession to make. When Twilight series books came out, I went and I bought the first one. Didn't like it and returned it. I read it but returned it. I did the same thing with the second one. The same thing with the third one. Fourth one's the only book I kept.
It was 2 books, wasn't it?
It's 4.
I thought I know it was 4 books in total, but I thought the last book was split into 2 books.
I bought a big one, so all mine was together.
Okay, yeah, that probably.
But because I didn't like it. But when the movie came out, I was like, okay, and I watched the first and I was like, this is so slow.
The
And then
second,
it picked up. Yeah.
the second one when she kept trying to kill herself because he wouldn't come back. I was like,
That was retarded.
So I ended up only, not meaning to diss it, but I ended up only liking like the last two movies.
The first one was okay. I'm gonna tell you, this is how bad I was when I watched the first two movies. I paid and went to the movies and saw it 3 times. The first 2 times I fell asleep and woke up at the end. And I kept saying, I'm like, let me wait. I have to stay through this movie, but I just kept falling asleep. It was just like crap. And I was just like, it's boring. It's not what I thought it was gonna be, basically. Because I hadn't read the books prior to that. And I was just like, it was real crap. And but the last 2 movies, that was real good. The last 2, they did a good job on that one. They tried to find a new Harry Potter, I know, but Harry Potter was better.
I'm a Harry Potter nut now.
The Night Companion, I was telling the Night Companion, because me and the Night Companion, every once in a while we talk on Twitter. And I said something earlier about they were talking about food, and I was like, man, I really want some street corn right now. So he said, like, hey, his favorite movie is Children of the Street Corn.
Hey,
which I do hate Children of the Corn, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of Lakea's favorite movies is Children of the Corn.
Root Man, Root Man, you are my favorite person. I love True Blood. Oh my God, I love True Blood.
But you know what? I love True Blood and I love the Sookie Stackhouse series, but they're so different from each other. It's almost like 2 totally different things.
I know, but think about it.
The show is awesome.
If you killed the gay black man in the first season like he was supposed to be killed, that would not be a show. He killed
That's
that dude.
exactly what I said.
Lafayette
made that show.
That's my favorite.
Oh my God, he had me tripping, especially when he gave dude that vampire blood. He had to go to the hospital.
No, my favorite was in there when he beats that guy up. Now go tell your mama you got your ass whipped by a fairy.
I like the scene where the guys, the I don't want to say redneck guys, but technically that's what they were meant to be. We're at the table talking about he had AIDS and this and that, and he walked up and licked the burger.
Yeah, and put it in his face.
Mm-hmm. I love that. I was like, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Lafayette's my favorite.
I like it, but I like how they did it especially when Lilith came into play. I really like the way they did it.
But I'm with you, Papa. I'm glad that they didn't follow the book, especially with his character. But after reading all of the Sookie Stackhouse series and then watching True Blood, I loved them both equally. But to me, they're totally separate.
I like it when they do that. I like it when they separate the novel from the movie because it almost will be like, why am I watching this when all I gotta do is read the book?
Mm-hmm.
Or go give me go just read the.
That's one of the things that pissed me off about the Harry Potter series. The first movie was good. The second one was all right. Then after that, they left so much out of the movie that was in the books that it's like, what the fuck is the use you got making these some bitches?
This is when I started thinking. I said Netflix should have been around back then, because I think Netflix should start doing. I don't think Hollywood should touch any more books, because when you do a book and try to squeeze it into 2 hours, you're gonna leave some good stuff out. And I think Netflix is like the perfect place for you to do it, because you can binge watch it.
Hey, Lakeia turned me on to a new show that's going to start next week. That's on Netflix, a Netflix original. What is the name of it, Lakeia?
What is it? No, I think it's already going and I've just missed it. What is it? Santa Clarita Diet or something like that on Netflix?
Yeah. Man.
I want to see that so bad.
What is it called?
Santa Clarita Diet.
Yeah, that's a.
It's like Drew Barrymore plays the mom of the family, and something about she's dead and becomes the undead and starts like eating people.
It looks good as hell from what she showed me. So, see, that's what I watch a lot of, Netflix and stuff. I'll put it on, go to sleep. That's like There's certain shows that I find on like I'll turn me on, and I'll sit there and binge watch the whole thing if I'm bored or.
Yeah, Stranger Things is real good. Somebody in the chat put Stranger Things. So I was like, yeah, that's
Yeah,
You know what?
Stranger
I want to
DW
haven't
turned me
started
on
that
to
yet.
DW turned me on to that. That's a good one.
I have yet to even. Everybody's recommended Stranger Things to me, but I have yet to even start watching it.
It's real good. You need to catch up for season 2 come out.
I'm
been
wondering,
trying
are we
to
gonna make it to
finish-
season 2?
Huh?
I've been trying to finish. What is it? I think it's American Horror Stories Roanoke.
It's sometimes I gotta
And-
skip a season of American Horror Story. I skip
Yeah,
I skip Hotel
honestly-
Gaga.
I honestly can't get into it. I've been tried like 3 different times, restarting from the beginning because I like to like binge watch.
Hey, I got a
Mhm.
question to ask y'all. 'Cause I like to share the love around. Do y'all want to shut this one down and go and everybody
And
that's
hop over to
here?
D's and go show D the love.
Yeah, because he only got but 9 people over there, and I said he's helped us out, come over and talk with us and everything. Why don't everybody let's go over and bombard D and jump on there and show him some love, y'all.
Yeah, I wish. Yeah, we need to.
Yeah,
If we can continue this conversation over there, that'd be great too.
yeah. I'm talking about he ain't get with 9 people. I'm talking about he comes on every live stream. Look, he spent almost a week and a half. That little 2-minute video that he put together for me, he didn't have to do that or nothing, and like he spent almost 2 weeks on that, y'all.
Yeah.
So, like I said, anything that y'all find in there, don't find in there, y'all have him to thank for that. Let's all jump over there and show him some love.
Yeah, he just started like 10 minutes ago. So
Yeah, come on, y'all. Let's go over and show him some love.
Thank y'all for joining us tonight. I put
Yeah,
a link in the chat.
Thank y'all. And like I said, Wednesday night we're gonna be back again. So I appreciate it, and good night, everybody. See y'all on these.
all right.